Good morning. New day, new live stream. I hope everyone's doing well. We have another day of shenanigans where we're fixing laptops. Oh yeah, I haven't put the vote up. There you go. So I just put 3 laptops up for vote. So go ahead and do your voting there. 3 different ones, 3 different machines, 3 different issues, 3 different possibilities of fun and excitement. So let's see who we got here today. Good morning, Rick. Premise, how you doing? How are we doing? Looks like we already have a pretty good amount of people here. So you guys go ahead and vote. Premise is putting up a poll on Twitch right now. I just put it up on YouTube, and it looks like we already have 78 votes there. Let me go ahead and put up the poll on the screen. Actually, I forgot to set that up. It takes me a second here. Give me a second. All right, there we go. All right, so we got the poll on the screen there. Is it going to show it? There we go. And the one on Twitch is about to come up. So, your favorite part of Sunday? Well, thanks there, Tom. Greetings from Ukraine. Well, hello. I hope you're staying safe over there. Hitting the like button early to save time. There you go. Doc, how you doing, Doc? Doc White. Out of the ICU. All right. I'm going to step down you. Well, I hope you are healing well. If it ain't broke, fix it until it is. Twitch vote? We're working on it, Gritty. Hello from Jamaica. XPS, go, XPS. So this XPS one, let me explain a little bit about these 3 real quick. So we have the Twitch vote is up. So we got about 10 minutes of voting here. The Alienware M18R1, that's an old machine. So that's an older machine, but it's just no signs of life. The customer sent it in. He's a subscriber, so he watches the stuff, videos and stuff. He's just no signs of life. So that's all I got on that for context. The 18R1 is going to be a weird one because none of the fans work. So I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I mean, my other tech looked at it. He tried changing out fans, changing firmware and stuff. So I don't think it's that. Interesting things. Thank you so much for that donation. And so that could be a power rail issue on the fans or whatever it is. I have no idea. Ripped off components. Who knows? And then this other one, the XPS 9520. That is a 1.6 error, which I've never even seen that error before. And he already tried a new BIOS on it, my tech. So it's not going to be a BIOS. It's not going to be a BIOS. So it could be something interesting. Who knows? So 1.6 error does point to some sort of EC issue, I think. New Tier 1 sub. Thank you for 6 months. Thank you. Oh, I realize this is not updating. Hello from New Jersey, Kenya, Thailand, Philippines, Toronto. The X16R1 is winning. Did y'all watch the X16R1 video yesterday? I'd never worked on one of those. It was crazy. I'd never seen one of those in my life, and we got 2 in the same week. I don't even understand. So the other one that had came in, what was it? The iGPU burned out on it, and so ended up I fixed it. Hey, we got a new, save another laptop. That's the high tier. Thank you so much for that. New member. And so that X16R1, the RAM one, I really was about to give up on that because I spent so much time on it. And a lot of the conversation that I'm seeing in the chat about that is that I should charge more for ones that take a long time or someone else has messed with. And you're probably right. You're probably right. I just don't know. I don't really have a mechanism to just say, okay, I'm going to start charging you more money now. So I have a mechanism to charge less money. So like if it ends up being like an easy fix, I can give them a discount. But if it's a hard one, I'm like, nothing I can do. I usually make less money on the hard ones because they never end up going anywhere. So let's see what we got. Hello from Alpha Centauri. That's our closest star, about 4 light years away. Hello, everybody. Okay, let's see. UK, we got Cambridge, and we got Derby. Is it the same one we worked on already? No, we haven't. No, these are all new laptops. Every single stream is going to be a new one. And, yeah, it's fun. It's always fun. Whenever I put the same one, I'll let you know if it's going to be the same one. But, oh, and I've been working on that other one where you plug in the power and the thing kind of shuts off. I've figured out a commonality, and just so you're up to speed. So I have this laptop in right now. It's been here for, I don't know, a while. And I've just kind of keep setting off the side and messing with it. When it runs on battery just fine, boom, no problem. I can put a 180 watt charger on it, and it works just fine. If I put a 240 watt on it, it will not start. It won't power up. It just pulls 250 milliamps or something like that. Or if it's already running and then I plug in that charger, the screen shuts off and it pulls 250 milliamps. It just like shuts off. So what I figured out is that the voltage of the adapter has a lot to do with it, or it 100% has to do with it. So my 240 watts a 20 volt adapter, but my 180 is only a 19.6 volt adapter. So I found a 240 watt that's 19.6, and it works on it. So it's really weird. I even I unconnected the PSID pin. I've done all sorts of stuff to kind of trick the system into knowing whether it's a 180 or 240. It doesn't care about that. I took the PSID off. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with how much voltage the AC adapter is. So I went through and changed out all these components trying to because it's like an over voltage sense somewhere on some circuit. So I've been sitting here like adding diodes in line to bring down voltages and things like that, and I have still not been able to fix it. But so the workaround is using a lower wattage adapter, or maybe an aftermarket adapter, since those have such a bad voltage sag. All right, back to this chat here. Hello from Minnesota. I'm already behind on the chat. God, and this thing hadn't even started yet. Back pain is some of the best pain here. I actually hurt my back again last night. I went bowling. Oh, I don't know. I didn't wear my back brace when I went bowling, and so I just started throwing stuff around. Fans of the BIOS, surprise, surprise. Hello from New Mexico. The 1.6 error isn't the BIOS. Interesting. Yes. So if you look up the 1.6 error on, let me see if I can look it up here. XPS 9520. Oops, sorry. 9520 light codes. All right, so here's the light codes for a 9520. So a 1.6 says EC internal failure. And it does that orange light of death thing when you press the button. Oh, you know what? Did we have this one in there? Maybe I did put this on Wednesdays. Because I think we put orange light of death on there. I don't remember now, actually. But anyway, so it's an orange light of death when you press the power button or it lights up. No, it was a different one, though. Never mind. It was different. We have multiples of these. Let's see what else. No, it doesn't give the orange light of death. That's right. It turns on, gives a 1.6 error. So it's not giving the orange light of death. I'm all over the place. We get so many of these excuse my language, we get some of these laptops in, and it just, my head just explodes with all, I get them mixed up. Greetings from the Netherlands. I wish you thank you, and why? Because I used to be a senior admin and suffered multiple strokes. Now I'm 80% paralyzed on my left side and I'm able to work, but your streams kind of fulfill that itch. Well, thank you. I am so sorry to hear about that, but I know what you mean. I crave this. I crave the kind of discovery and be able to fix this, figure out what's going on here. And so, yeah, I get to work sometimes. I'm like, okay, got to get to work and do this, and I'm excited. And then every single hour goes by, and I'm like, oh no, I only have this many hours left of work, and then it's like 1 hour left. And I'm like, no. And it's interesting. I guess I'm addicted to it. I've been watching your channel for a while and love your work. Hello from Romania. Hello from New York, Canada, Pittsburgh. I'm way behind on the chat. This is crazy. Did I get a new seat yet? Nope. It's because I'm so busy. It's like I'm trying to. I need to take some time to actually really spend some time doing this, because I don't want to just like order a chair. I want to sit in the chair, so I have to go to all these different showrooms, and then I have to kind of think about, like, is a $500 chair versus a $2,000 chair? Like, how is it? What do I do? You're following a stream on a Pentium 4 3 gigahertz. Are you kidding me? Pentium 4 3 gigahertz. That's amazing. Yep, RAM reflow was amazing. I was completely surprised. I didn't think it was going to work, but now I know that there's a chance that could cause that issue. So, hello from Round Rock. One of the Daves is back. Dave, how many Daves do we have? We got a lot of Daves. We got a lot of Daves. New tier 1 sub. Thank you, Drew. You gifted it. You're a gifter. Thank you. We can fix the XPS. More money, more money. I don't like charging people money. I always feel bad whenever I'm charging people money. I don't know. It's just, but my time is time, and I'd be lucky I can supplement some money with posting these videos, so that does help out a little bit. Let us be your financial advisors and teach me how to actually charge money. Work smart, not hard, right? Just charge the money whatever you can. Remember, the gunfighter does not charge by the bullet. That's right. New day, another laptop to be saved. Hello from South Africa. We've collected all the level 1 emotes. All right. So the hype train was or we got level 2 hype trains today. That's good. Possible opinion for hard ones. Leave a note for your efforts and put it a gift option for a donation. Yeah, I mean, I usually convey like how much work I do, and my notes are crazy extensive. So they get back a huge page of just every single time I've done something, right? So it's they see it and they feel. I don't think they want to give me any money. I don't know. I mean, they have to buy a new laptop, so what do they want to do? Charge for more reduced business. Yeah. I mean, I could probably throttle the amount because I'm so busy right now, so I think I'm charging too little anyway. Most repair shops are charging more than me just for my regular repairs. I only charge 129 bucks, which I raised recently. I mean, in the last year, I raised it from 100 to 129, but that includes return shipping, so I'm really only making 100 bucks. And then, you know, you're paying technicians and then all that stuff. So apparently, I'm not charging enough. Drew, thanks for another gifted sub there. Did you manage to fix the ones from last Sunday's stream, the screen issues? Both of them worked just fine. So the second one we did fix on the stream, it was working. The first one, it was weird because the screen stopped working, and then the next day I came in, it turned on and worked. I have no idea. So yeah, that one's back together. It's gone. Reseat the RAM chips is the most almost quitting. Yeah. What we got? DuckTales. Woo! Santa Claus always coming in with the old quotes, the the references. I love DuckTales. That was one of my favorite cartoons when I was a kid. What is the oldest laptops you ever worked on? We worked on a 1991 320N, Dell 320N. We worked on that on stream. So you can go back and look at our streams and find that in there. We also worked on a 1997 laptop in the 2001 or 2002 recently. I have quite a few older ones in my display case that we can pull apart anytime we want. Dave's not here, man. That's a Cheech and Chong reference. Wes, welcome. How's everyone doing this morning? Is there an over voltage sense issue? LED, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so that's a really weird one, and I want to mess with. I want to figure out exactly where that is, that sense issue. And then you also talk about Rescue Rangers. I love Rescue Rangers. I actually bought the box set of DuckTales on DVD and Rescue Rangers. I have both of them for my kids, not for me, but you know. That was a while ago. That was about 10 years ago. So my kids watched it on the only DVD player we have. Now we don't even have one, right? Dodgy current sense resistor. I've replaced all the current sense resistors. It's not that. I even bypassed them. I changed any of the input, because basically they have diodes that feed the chips, and then the power management chip has a output line that's supposed to enable this other, I can't remember all the names of all these things, but if I trick it, like I try to inject voltage, I still can't get it to work. Like if I just basically disconnect this one line and then just inject the 19 lower voltage, it still doesn't work. So there's something I'm missing somewhere. And so eventually maybe we can get to it. The customer may just end up keeping it with a lower adapter, a cheaper lap adapter, or if I can bring down the voltage on the adapter somehow, I don't know. Okay. Let's see, any chair updates? No chair shopping updates yet because I'm just so crazy busy, and like today I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go afterwards, but I was like, no, right after this I gotta go pick up my daughter, and I gotta run over here, and then I gotta meet this person over here, and then I gotta take my daughter to this other thing. You know, it's like my wife's out of town, and so I'm like having to, you know, it's just the single parent type of thing. So I will get a chair, and every single week I'm like, before the stream, I'm like, I gotta get a chair for these people, for myself. Oh my gosh. But I need to put my back brace on, is what I should have done this morning. EC's an easy fix. Well, that's relative, right? So, oh, our votes are done. I didn't know that, so I'm still chatting over here. Oh my gosh, and I'm so behind on this freaking chat. Okay, I'm gonna have to skip all the way to live, and then we'll keep up here. So, show me the shirt, please. The shirt is this. So this is what LLM actually stands for, leaking liquid metal. And it's a joke, obviously, but just because LLM is such a big phrase right now. So you purchased a DVD player 6 or 7 years ago for backup. All right, dark. Let's see. Okay, so what did we win? Okay, 76% says the fan's not working, and then 42% says no signs of life. So it looks like most Twitchers, the highest percentage is going first. So no fans aren't working, and then the second place is going to be the no signs of life. So the 1.6 error, nobody cares about. Nobody wants that. Okay, that's fine with me. I don't care. I'll get to it tomorrow. I'll get to it tomorrow. Large language model. Of course it doesn't mean large language model, people. None of them work. None of the fans work. None of them. At least that's what I've heard. That's what I've been heard through the grapevine. I haven't looked at it, so. But I'm pretty sure none of them work. So let me grab that. We got lots of stickers on it too. Let me make sure there's no personal stickers. Oh, good. Let's see. Sound, error, no boot. Oh, here, we'll switch to camera view just in case. Okay, that all looks good. Nice and clean. All right, so here she is. I just realized my voltmeter's not on. I rebooted my computer before the stream today to make sure it stays nice and fast. This is a monster laptop. It's monster, I tell you. I'm gonna reset my camera too. I can see it's a little bit laggy. Does this look laggy to you? Is it chopping when I move my hand across like this? To me, it looks choppy. Just let me know. It looks stuttery. I'm gonna do the intro. Looks fine. No, looks great. Okay, cool. So then maybe it's just what my view is. Maybe I just think it looks choppy. Because what I do is I reset the camera and it fixes it. So like if I come over here and I reset the camera and wherever it is, let's see, if I deactivate the camera and then restart it. So now I'm rebooted the camera and now it looks smooth to me. Does that look smoother than it was a second ago? This better? It's weird, yeah. So all I'm doing is basically just disabling the Elgato and then re-abling it, and then it fixes it. And I do the same thing with my face cam before I start doing stuff. So I disable it, re-able it, and then now it should be nice and buttery smooth. Buttery smooth, man. Okay, so I just don't know if it's like a syncing issue of like 30 frames per second versus 29.97 frames per second or whatever. Something's trying to be forced to do that. So, all right, customer's note. Oh, okay, so I have another note in here that I guess my other tech looked at. So it says right here, fans not operational on diagnostic screens, all fans fail, okay? I was also not able to boot into an operating system. Well, this thing runs really freaking hot, so it's gonna shut off. And our audio is not working also. Now, you know what? You know what would be interesting? I was just thinking, this just occurred to me. What if I had it where they're filling out this form, because basically there's just like a description box that says, tell me about the repair or what's wrong with it, right? This should be like some sort of like history, like patient history type of thing, right? It says, has the laptop been to another repair shop? I'm not asking that question. So I could have a question saying, has this been looked at by somebody else? Has it, has somebody else tried to attempt to fix it or something like that? Or like, how long has this been happening, or has it developed this issue, or whatever it is? That way it's like, and then does this stuff work, and does this stuff work? You know what I mean? The thing is that too many questions create like kind of a wall, because then people are like, I don't know the answer to that question, and then they don't finish the thing. Whatever. It's kind of you kind of have to scale it. But that's interesting. I think that, I like that idea. So, okay, I'm ready. You ready? You ready for this? All right, let's do this. Let's do the intro. Oh my God, this thing is freaking heavy. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware M18R1. Now, this one's weird. All 4 fans do not work. They run diagnostics on it. They say that they all fail, and when it tries to boot the Windows, it can't even make it because it overheats and shuts off. They also said that the audio is not working, so I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. What do you think about that one? What do you think about that one? Okay, all right, we're ready. Yeah, this hurt my back picking this big heavy thing up. All right, no sound, fan error, boot error. Do you think boot error is really what it is? It's probably just shutting off, but, you know. Yeah, no, I don't know. Actually, who knows? All right, I got to turn Spike on. He's not even on. Okay, Spike is on. Here we go. All right, so first thing I want to do is let's turn it on. Press the power button. I don't have the charger plugged in yet. I just want to see if it powers on my battery, and it doesn't. And the bottom's not even attached, so we can open that up and take a look real quick since it's already here. Is the battery plugged in? The battery is plugged in. So the battery's plugged in, but did not power on just now off the battery. So that's something to note. I don't know if it means it's a charging issue or not, but all right, so let's go ahead and plug in the power. Keep an eye on old Spiky there. We'll put his little chart up there. Power meter. All right, so it is pulling resting current, 0.0, well, kind of a higher resting current. Should be resting more at 0.02. So why do we have about 20 to 30 milliamps higher than normal? Okay, and it's powering on, or it's charging. That's a charging current. No hands, no hands. So that must be a charging current that jumped up to, which is still kind of a lower charging current. On this machine, it probably should charge at about 75 watts. So it's only at 32 watts. I don't know. Maybe the battery's so dead that it doesn't want to like dump that much stuff in there. So anyway, we're going to open the lid, see if it powers on. We're going to open it, 3, 2, 1. And you see how it dipped down for a second and then automatically started powering on. So this thing does have a reed switch on the lid that automatically triggers the machine on. I do have keyboard backlight. So please list all your past repairs and current medications. That's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, what if I took an actual form, like from a medical field, and then just like modified it, right? Dump it into an AI engine and said, hey, take this and turn it into a laptop repair intake form. That'd be super funny. I would be laughing. Okay, well, this is going to take a while to turn on, apparently. Now, this, if it's taking this long to turn on, it almost means that we have some sort of like CMOS reset happening, meaning that all the power was taken out of the board. But when we plugged it in, it should have powered on its own. This machine does power on its own on the first plug-in, but it did not happen. I bet the power profiles in the BIOS are set wrong. Boom, you might be right. You might be right. It might be on, well, quiet would still make the fans run, I would suspect. So you think we should go straight to the BIOS? Should we figure out if it's hardware or software first? That's the question. That's what everyone needs to figure out. The first thing you need to figure out. Electronics script site text cross-read notes. That's a good idea. Okay. I'm gonna reset this real quick. I just want to go into the BIOS real quick. We're gonna easy pizza this thing all the way. This is coffee, by the way. Okay, and then we're also missing a TPM chip. We got problems. So you think this is firmware related? Can you see that that says alert, TPM device not detected? Physical inspection first. This thing's going to overheat if we spend too much time on this screen here. Let me get to our BIOS real quick. Safety lid on coffee. I should just drink it right over it. Yeah, I forgot my lid. I usually have a lid on there. Coffee with honey. Yes, you are correcto. Okay, battery's at 4%. We'll zoom in for this. A little zoomy zoom. Battery's at 4%. This won't show you temperatures in here because I don't know. Why didn't it do that? Let's go to fans. Cooling, thermal, power? Can't remember where it is. Is there thermal? Where's thermal? Going thermal. Yeah, let me just search for fans. I like this BIOS because it has a search in here. Okay, power and the thermal management. Okay, so we have it on quiet. So you are correct about one thing. That somebody put it on quiet, which it basically reduces the fan noise, which puts it really slow. So first thing I want to do is I'm just going to load defaults here. This should fix a lot of issues. If you ever have an issue inside of Dell BIOSes, you want to load factory defaults. This does nothing. BIOS defaults does nothing. That just means it's like what you've set it up to be. Factory defaults is what is the saves the day. So you can do this. And if you ever have like a BitLocker issue where it's like telling your BitLocker key is gone or blah, 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 run that also. That will fix that issue. Is the board a... No, I don't think that's the number. LA9332P. It's going to be... I mean, that could be the number for all I know, but let me... You know what we should have done is run and actually saw that it failed, but usually I like to see something fail before I try to fix it, and we might have just fixed everything. It could be the easiest pizza that ever existed. Let me grab a board and show you what it is. Is this an R2 or R1? This just says M18. So, M18 board is, I think it's this one. It's not a, oh, it's not a compound board. Yeah, it's going to be an Infinity, so it's like a 213194 or something. Yeah, it's not a compound board. So it's something like that. It's a 213 something. I can't remember. This is an M18R1 or R2. If that helps you. JFix in the house. Now the machine ain't coming on. Okay, where's that TPM chip? It might be searching for it still. So still don't have a TPM device. TPM's trust platform management. That's actually where all your keys are stored, or your BitLocker key, your fingerprint readers, or any of your what is the word I'm looking for? All the key stuff. All the key stuff is stored in there. I can't remember. But like Intel uses PTT. So this doesn't even have a TPM. It has PTT. And PTT. So does it actually have TPM? It doesn't have either one of those things in here. Security. But that should have fixed it if it was a software thing, usually. Security. So PTT. UEI, UEFI, firmware, legacy. I don't know. All right, let's boot in the diodes real quick. I just want to see if it's going to overheat. Okay. They don't have TPM on the CPU. No, it's not on the CPU. It's a separate thing. PTT is push to talk. No, it's like PTT is like trust something. I can't remember. I know what it is. Just look up Intel PTT and then you'll know what it is. Push to talk. Are we talking like Nextel or whatever? All right, I'm going to put it on side so it doesn't overheat. So I can kind of monitor the temperatures here. It is getting pretty hot already. Well, his BitLocker is going to be SOL. Oh my gosh, this is freaking on fire already. So a trust platform module is module. I said management module. Oh yeah, there you go. Platform trust technology. Thank you. This thing's still not turning on. It really hangs a long time before it turns on. And I've seen this exact issue if someone put the wrong BIOS on here. So if you put the wrong BIOS, you can have it where it hangs like this. It doesn't see the TPM, and weird stuff happens. But because we don't have a patient history, nothing we can do about it. This thing still has not posted. But I'm going to boot the diodes this time around. You know what we should have is a segment where we call the customer live and make them tell us. Well, let's install the wrong BIOS. I don't know who would have installed the wrong BIOS. I'm just saying, like, you don't know. It's like that laptop I worked on yesterday, on the X16. If you watched that video yesterday, it was like they bought it on eBay. The guy said that nothing was wrong with it. And then he said, oh yeah, there was something, the keyboard connector later. He did talk about the keyboard connector later. But that was the only thing wrong with it. And then next thing you know, we see like all these other chips have been changed out and all this. I mean, like, who knows? A shame call. Interrogation mode, call customer, go. That's so funny. Was the laptop from eBay? I don't think this laptop was from eBay. I would hope not. I don't think you can buy a laptop from eBay with all this stuff on here. Maybe you could. It says no cell in the fan. I mean, they have a sticker on the top. Or this came from a repair shop. Let me see where it came from. Oh, you know who this came from? I forgot to tell you. Do you know the person's name that owns this laptop or sent it in? Is Soren. Not the Soren, I don't think, but Soren. So this is a Soren's laptop. So you need to update the title. Soren's laptop is here for repair. This laptop came from Temu. That's what it is. New segment, In the Hot Seat. All right, this new segment's called In the Hot Seat. We're calling the customer to interrogate him. Oh, there it goes. Shut off. Now, it didn't shut off. Okay, we got some more symptoms here. It rebooted. I can't believe it rebooted. All I was trying to do is cancel out of the diagnostic screen there, and it just rebooted. So we collect all these clues, and then we make a decision on whether we're just going to throw it across the room or if we're actually going to fix it. Wait, sleep? No. I'm going to cancel out of that ahead of time and see if it allowed me to get over here. Okay, cool. I went fast this time to try to get to the diagnostic screen. I just want to see what temperature we're at. 91 gigawatts. 97. It's cooking. So I think this is hotspot. That's hotspot, and then that's just regular. So CPU is like 68. Hotspot's like 98. Let's give it some air. See what we got. See if we can get that temperature to go down. 99. Needs a repaste. The fans don't spin. It doesn't need a repaste. It just needs air. Okay. All right, I'm turning it off. I don't want to cook it anymore. All right, so what do y'all want to do? Is it hardware or software? Did we decide that yet? I'm going to take their SSD out. And you guys talk amongst yourselves to tell me if it's hardware or software. Okay, we got flash it, BIOS. Hurt your ears, I can't believe. Sorry. Did you have your earphones in, your headphones? I should have warned you. Plug your ears. Should I take this Wi-Fi card out? Flash the BIOS. Okay, so how are we going to flash the BIOS? I want you to tell me how we're going to do that. Can we just boot it up and flash the BIOS? Is that possible? Can't do that. You know why? Because there's no fans. And the thing will shut off and overheat and brick itself. I bricked another laptop. Pogo pen. There you go. Now you're cooking. All flash repairs remove startup errors. Maybe. Seems like it. I have a new BIOS for this. I'm pretty sure. Because I've made plenty of these. Did you check the BIOS version? Yeah, let's do that. We can check the BIOS version. No, again, we have the battery charged up. Let's see if it turns on the battery by itself now. It's charged at like 7%. I just want to see if it powers on. Okay, it's powering on the battery, so the battery was dead. Let's go check the BIOS version just so we're kind of like on the same page with that. Maybe they were able to get it updated. Software, reset to factory. We did factory already. Did I flick it? I haven't flicked the battery connector. Via Wi-Fi card is out now. Everything should work perfect. Do audio and fans come under the same software? No. But if you're thinking firmware, that's controlling and talking to different things, we can have something that's not like correct. I don't know. I mean, the audio board's on a daughter board, so it's separate on this machine. Rewrite the BIOS with a pogo stick. Yep, I will get my pogo stick out. I have one in the closet. We'll just pogo it. Learning to flash the BIOS, Lead Pharma mentioned, it's getting wrong instructions due to the wrong BIOS version loaded. Okay, so BIOS is what people are starting with. Sounds good. It's a BIOS issue, trust me. That's why I'm diagnosing PTM. I concur. All these things point to BIOS. See, slow starting up points to BIOS. BIOS. Missing things, yep. So, boring. Or boing. Did you say boing or boring? Okay, we're going to get the BIOS version. This thing's going to be hot. It's going to be hot. It takes forever to turn on. Could be a BIOS issue. So that means it's a software issue, right? Software versus hardware. Now, if we flash it, you want to do physical inspection. Okay, 131. 131. Let's go see what we're on right now. M18R1. And it's not the AMD version, it's just a regular version, I believe. Yeah, Intel. BIOS. BIOS 132. So it's only a month out, but that doesn't mean anything because this came out in January, so I don't, you know. Let's look at the logs on this and see how many thermal events we have. Okay, we can actually look to see all these TPM errors, for one thing. Let me do a zoom for you. So TPM errors, fan malfunction, thermal events is just fans not working all the way across the board here. What's the dates? 328, 212. We got a 212 here. And then 328 power off, software reset, blah, blah, blah. So I concur. Let's do and then undervolted adapter, which I'm using a 330. That wasn't me. So I concur. Let's do BIOS. Let's do the BIOS. Idiot operating system. All right, so where's the BIOS chip located on this board? I know where it is. Trick question, but this thing is so freaking hot. It's hot. So the BIOS chip is located right here on the other side of the board. Okay. If it's an AMD, the chip's right here on the top, but because it's an Intel, it's on the other side of the board because, you know, the gift that gives. So suspect the audio too. This could fix the audio issue, I can tell you right now. The audio chip's right here on this daughter board, and so if it doesn't know what it is, the concurrence is strong with this crowd. And these are the wrong screws, okay? I just pulled out these mega long screws. These things have some length to them. What is going on here? So what is that? Okay, so these screws are not correct at all. They're way too long. They're not even the right ones. So someone's taking this apart. Noted. We'll do a physical inspection while we took this apart because the thing is that there could also be a ripped component on the board that's causing all this same issue. I was thinking that we have a 12-volt power supply that powers the fans that's missing. But we could have a PWM signal that's missing because the BIOS is not programmed properly. Good day, beautiful people. BIOS is likely to refuse to live. All right, battery unplugged. So unplug the battery. Flick it. Make sure it's nice and flickable before you start unplugging LCD cables and things like that. Screws were placed in the wrong place is obvious. And it's because I know where all these screws go. Yeah, again, here we go. This is this screw that I just took out of here. Here, I'll zoom in for you just so you can kind of see what I'm doing here. This screw here is supposed to be a short screw. This is a this should be a 2x3, and this is a 2x5 they put in here. And these 2x5s actually go in these other holes. So I just know where all this stuff goes on here. Call me crazy. Okay. This is a screw that doesn't even come with the laptop at all. This has the wrong head on it. This is not the screw that came with it. It's not factory. Oh, it's okay. So maybe this is an eBay laptop. Okay, here's another issue. Our VRM cooler. So this thing has a separate VRM set for the GPUs on here. VRM cooler has no pads. Crazy Nate's inspector. I would have been a good detective, I think. I would have been a good detective. Yeah, so we need to put pads on there to help cool those. That will also make it overheat and shut off. Are the fans aftermarket? I like where you're going with that. This is not sticky anymore. It usually should be stuck to the motherboard. It's not sticky. I should do MacBook repair. You know what? I don't have time to do any other repair than this. I only have time to do this repair. So the answer is no. Sorry. Plus, who wants, you don't need people being like pretty good at most repairs. You need someone that's really good at a certain type of repair. That's why you have people who are really good at console repairs. Another long screw. This screw is like even longer. This thing has way too much length on it. Like, what? This is the regular screw that goes in there. I don't know if you can see this. Here, let's see. I'm going to go in with a microscope on this one. There you go. So the difference in screws. So this shorter one's the regular screw, and then they put this long person in there. That thing's too long. It's not. It's okay. It's not like the end of the world because the way that this is set up is not going to like protrude through the palm rest. But back in the olden days, if you put the wrong screw in the wrong hole, you're going right through the palm rest. These are all right. Those two are correct. This one's wrong. Dell laptop, Louis Rossman. Hello, everybody. Today, we're going to be working on this laptop. And it's the worst laptop ever. At least I don't like to talk trash about the laptops that much because these are my livelihood. My livelihood. Okay, what screw is this? This screw goes to the hard drive. If you ever want to put your screw in the hard drive, in the fan slot, go to this place or this person. Ask this person. They can do it for you. That screw does not go there. They were putting any screw in every screw. This is another hard drive screw. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so when you take apart your motherboard, sort your screws. Okay? And every single screw hole will tell you the size next to it. It literally says M2x4 right there. These say M2x3. And when you pull out the screw, you can be like, oh, that's an M2x3. That's what it looks like. These screws are actually different colors. So it's even easier. So anyway, am I complaining too much today? The Potts Patriot. Wrong hole screwed? No. And why does this not want to come out? Oh, these screws. Okay, let's see what they got in these holes. The suspense is killing me. Okay, these screws do not go there. Those are too short. These are supposed to be longer screws. Definitely need a charge. I don't know if this is a repair shop or not, but this is definitely not regulation. And here's another way of thinking about it. Okay, the laptop's broken, not working right, and you give up. You can't fix it. So you're like, let me just put it back together enough to send it to me. That's probably how they did it. They're like, just put screws in wherever you can, send it back, or send it in. Oh, here we go. The reason why I didn't recognize this is because this is the wrong screw. It blended in. Okay. That was a lot of work. That was more work than I've ever worked through. And the motherboard is out. All right, we can take a quick look around. So this one is one that has ample cooling, has a huge fan on the GPU side, and then we have two fans on the CPU side. And then we have an extra fan for our DDR5. Now this is the machine that does have a tendency of having the DDR5 power rail short out right here. So here's the power supply for the DDR5. It's a 5 volt, and then these capacitors in this area will short out. I had 3 of them this last week, the same issue. So, I do a fan mod where I basically cut out the back of this fan right here, and then it blows air across here, and it helps keep it cool. But it's an issue with these. They get hot. I'm going to pull the heatsink off too while we're at it, right? Yeah, because the BIOS is right here. Ooh, has someone messed with the BIOS? Dude, you're getting a Dell, man. MacBook screws, figure it out yourself type. Dell labels everything and points at everything and actually has markings on the board. Okay, does that look regulation? What the what? Dude, bro, dude. Dude, bro, dude. That's our BIOS chip, people. Let me give you some contrast. Looks like a freaking tiger grabbed it. Can you see that? This is a gouge across here. That whole thing is like trying to grab this, I guess, and going So, has someone messed with the BIOS? The absolute answer is yes! Someone put the wrong freaking BIOS on this thing. I don't know why the fans aren't working. I just don't get it. It's just like out of the blue. We need a patient history. Please, patient history. This is freaking crazy, dude. Okay, I'm going to take the heatsink off too, because who knows what kind of madness is underneath this heatsink. And who knows what components are missing, right? If we have someone taking a chunk out of a BIOS chip, they're probably ripping components off the board. Read the BIOS, it still may be good. I'm sure it's good because it turns on. But the fact of the matter is, it's not the right programming because the thing runs like not good. I was going to say something bad, but... Oh my gosh. Who needs components? They're overrated. Another rabbit hole gets a little deeper. This is an easy pizza. This is, or easy burrito. Anyone ever looked at the framework of laptops? Super modular, and open sourced BIOS as well. The BIOS, really? I've never had a framework, and I probably should buy one just to kind of mess around with it. It would probably blow my mind. Okay, this is just coming off like easiness. Yay! I love whoever worked on this. God. The sarcasm is killing me today. So we have... There's the CPU, and there's this dam, the old dammy dam. Here's our liquid metal that's still kind of happening right here. That's fine. Our dam's missing here. Do we have any liquid metal outside of our dam? Do we have an LLM situation? I don't think so. I'm not seeing LLM on the board, unless I missed it. Do a little sweep around here. All right, there's our GPU. Has LLM still on it. This is element 31, by the way. That's why it's mixed with thermal compound. Okay, it's okay. They're actually really good at whatever they're doing here because they didn't spill it everywhere. So that's good. All right, let's look around. Let's look around. So I'm going to start at the BIOS chip, and then we'll kind of survey the area. God, what are they doing, dude? Take a bite. Take a bite out of crime. Oh, liquid metal near the audio. That's a good point. We can check that. So I see a little bit of flux. So yeah, they definitely resoldered that BIOS chip. Okay. I'm going to go a little slow. Here's our chipset. Get this heatsink out of my way. Get out of my life, heatsink. And the audio's on a daughter board. Oh, where's my tweezers? What temps are good for an Intel MacBook? I don't know. You're asking the wrong hombre. These are going to be the power stages for the VRAM. And here's our power management chip. The power's on the board. Okay, here's our audio chip. It's going to be on this board, I believe. Yeah, audio chip's going to be on this board. And the BIOS, like they could have gotten a BIOS off of bad caps and just loaded it on here for all I know. And these are kind of picky with getting the right ones because they have different audio boards that you can put on here. And they don't work right if you put the wrong one on here. And you also have a let's see, it's a 4 SSD or a 2 SSD version of this motherboard also. So a higher end and a lower end. This is our 3 volt and our 5 volt power rails. And that's controlled by that. Looks okay. I don't see any issues yet. Did y'all see anything ripped off yet? A 9 volt battery, please? What? I think it's going to be a BIOS for that. This is going to be the STM32 that controls the lights all over the laptop. The Tron lights, man. What are these? This is going to be probably iGPU and something else. I see some junk here. There's some liquid metal right there. Not too bad. Some liquid metal underneath the edge right there. And there's a PWM controller for these power stages for the CPU. All that looks pretty good. Power stages for the GPU. All right, I'm happy enough with that. And we'll pick up this little piece here. Oh no, it's an LLM. Yeah, we'll pick up this little piece here. Ah, there's some all in the edges too. Look at it, it's like all over that. Those freaking things, man. Okay, a little bit more work over here than I want to deal with right this second. So we'll deal with this in a second. It's not shorting out anything that I can see. I would brush it in an alien hot tub it for a while. It's scary to brush it is the problem. So we have to get all this to stick on something. Alien hot tub could work. I hate this stuff, man. All right, let me, I guess I wore the right shirt today. All right, let me get some LLM remover. So we have the LLM remover by Black Horse. First recipe. And so what I like to do, I keep it open and it's dried out kind of. So you just take this and you just dip your Q-tip in it just a little bit so it's not super thick. You're just trying to get your Q-tip a little tacky. And then so now anything it touches, it will pick it up. So it does pretty good at picking up all this stuff here, but I can't get in the cracks there. It's the only problem. Okay, I just don't want to have it everywhere. I don't need to deal with all of it right this second, but okay. All right, let's turn and focus on the BIOS chip, I guess, right this second. So I'm going to pull this chip off because that's a piece of junk, and then let's put a brand new chip on there. Let me look at my Soren box here. Let's see what I got here. Look at this, brand new right here. I got a brand new chip right here. Okay. So we're going to put this chip on here, and I'm going to charge them $50 for it. And the chip doesn't actually cost $50, but that's the service fee for having to deal with this stuff. Then it wasn't being disclosed. How's that? Am I doing good? Is that a better business decision? I usually don't charge for components I put on there. I don't charge extra for any of this other stuff. But I'll have to sell them a BIOS chip for $50. See? They're like, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Another $50 for the LLM, yeah. All right, let's remove that guy and take him off there. $49.95. $50, sign it. That's how they charge more money. You guys want me to charge more money? 99% alcohol does work. Does it work well to clean up liquid metal? It does, but it doesn't pick it. It doesn't like dissolve it if you're thinking that's what's going on. It actually kind of just stays separated, kind of like oil and water, and so the problem with that is that it still gets everywhere. All right, and this crappy BIOS chip is off. I guess I should extract his contents. I don't know. Do you think it even has contents on it that's worth saving? I mean, I guess so. I don't know. Try to think. I think we're just going to put a new BIOS chip on that's going to fix it. Oh my gosh. Back up the BIOS contents always. Yes, I know. I was just being facetious, but it just... Oh. So I'm going to use this chip reader today because we have the chips removed. So this is a little adapter. It plugs into my focus. There we go. It plugs into my chip reader. It does a 5x6 or a 6x8. So we're just going to stick the 6x8 in here. Here's his crappy 6x8. We're just going to stick it in there like that. And we can just plug it in there. And I don't have to hold it, which is nice. It's one less thing to hold. I can do mom, no hands. Mom, no hands. Okay, let's pull up the... How'd you learn micro soldering? Man, how do we learn how to do anything? You teach yourself, of course. So I'm self-taught on all this stuff. Just watching videos and working and doing it myself. All right, so I've already detected this chip here. We're gonna go ahead and read it. To back it up. Practice, practice, practice. That's right. I mean, you just buy some bad boards, sit there and just solder things, unsolder things, solder things. I mean, the thing is that get some good flux and you'll be, I mean, that's a game changer. Once you get good flux, you're like, oh, that's what I really needed in my life. So, yeah, I had somebody reach out to me through email and they were in Ghana. And they were like, they want me to teach them. And I was like, well, I'm already putting out all these videos. What else? I mean, you can just watch all the videos. $50 emotional liquid metal trauma, PTSD. Santa Claus, thank you. Oh my God, $50. Yeah, that's gonna be, that's what it is. It's, you're gonna pay for my trauma and my therapy. That's what it is. Okay, so we're gonna save this back up. Uh-oh, I forgot to choose the file location. Save, select. So I'm very organized with my backups, so I have a certain folder for all the backups. I name it my customer number, or the repair ID number, and I name it the model of laptop. And that way, if I ever need a BIOS like that, and then I always name it original, which means it's just the original. Now, you can call it backup, but sometimes backup becomes vague to me because you're backing up another version of a file sometimes, so then that's why I just call it original. All right, so now let's see if we can find, well, we're gonna throw his chip away, or we're gonna take it off here. So let me grab it, because we're gonna start going to the next one. Fan sensor is probably not gonna be it. PWM controller, it all is interfacing with the EC chip and the BIOS and all that stuff. So once we get this BIOS going, I feel like it will fix a lot of issues, and we probably can even flash the BIOS and flash the EC. Where's pin 1? I think that's pin 1. So his BIOS is off to the side. This is our brand new $50 BIOS chip. And let's see if we can find an M18 BIOS that I've already made. It'd be kind of nice if I did have one. BIOS. Babs! More thrash metal. Let's liquid metal. Goom, 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 goom. That's so funny. I'm wearing a liquid metal shirt today and I have it. All right, so I have this board, M18R1, Clean Me working. So this is going to be this version of the board. And then I have this version with no service tag, Clean Me. So this one is the MP2. Let's try this one first. And if this doesn't work, then we'll try there's an MB1 version of the board, which I don't have one here, but we'll have to make one. But we'll try this one first, because I'm pretty sure this one's going to be good. So let me program this chip. All right, so that's programming. And let's see. A $50 autograph fee. Watching this stream on a penny. You already said that earlier, Retro Man. He will teach them. So anyway, yeah, the person asked if I would teach them. I said, just watch the videos, watch all my videos, take notes, watch all Soren's videos, take notes. Treat it like a class. You're watching a video, you're taking notes, and then log what class or what videos, keep track of what video it is, what time stamp it is, or whatever. Rewatch the thing. Interesting things. Thank you. And you'll learn. I mean, that's what I did. I just sit there and just watch stuff over and over again, and I watch it twice. I watch it 3 times if I need to. You're going to get something out of things, and you're going to learn different concepts. Because the main thing is learning concepts. Who makes flux? So Amtech is a company that makes a lot of flux. We've been using this Black Horse Repair Omega 559, which is the, he's a YouTuber that has Black Horse Repair's YouTube channel, but he's been making this. This stuff's really, really good. It's cheap, it's $10.99 or something like that, $11.99. But you can really, any type of flux, like there's this one, you can get this on AliExpress here. You can get Kingbo. Just have a few different types, and you just need flux. Whenever you're soldering, you add flux, the solder flows. It's just like when you're trying to solder, you're like, why is this not working? You add the flux on there, you're like, boom, it just like spreads out. It's really nice. Save the chip. I'm going to tape the chip to the inside of his chassis. That way he has it wherever he goes. Jaw dropping. What's going on? Just drop it in. All right. All right, so that's done. So let's go back here. Come on. Doesn't want to change. So let me solder this back onto this board, and Bobby's Shrinkle. That's it. And we'll be all done. Everything will work. You'll hear the fans come on. You'll hear everything happen. It's because you guys told me what to do. Oh, wow. Did you hear that just now? I think I need to oil the bearings on my microscope. That was a screecher. That was a screecher. I did say bias. Settings were wrong. You did. But we didn't know if this is going to fix it or not. I'm just saying it's going to fix it. Still got LLM on the pen for the TPM error. Okay, well, you want me to go find that? We'll go find it. But I didn't see any LLM anywhere else that was causing the TPM. I think that the BIOS is the TPM error. All right. What do we do? Do we leave it like that, or do we clean up after ourselves? Like good little workers. Okay. Brand new. Brand new. Brand new. What does LLM stand for? Leaking liquid metal or large language model? So if you're talking about the AI space, large language model is the whole thing. And then if you're talking about leaking liquid metal, that's what's on my shirt here. It's just a phrase that we're using to explain that the liquid metal that's on the CPU or GPU that's cooling it is leaking out. And it's a common thing that keeps happening with all of these gaming machines. Forgot to screw this on. Let's screw this on first. Okay, oh wait, you want me to check for this leaking liquid metal for the TPM? Is that really? Okay, hold on. I didn't see any anywhere that's going to cause that issue. I'm not worried about these other pieces that were here. Okay, so I want to make sure we're on the same page. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Oh my gosh, that is really loud when it squeaks. All right, so there's our liquid metal. And I actually want to put a dab of just Arctic Silver on here before we turn it on, because I want to see if it stays cool. So where the TPM module is not over here, it's in the BIOS itself, so it's not, doesn't have anything to do with a separate chip on this one, unless that's it. Oh, there's the TPM right there. That is a TPM module, right? I think that is. Dude, Grossifine. Can you look that up for me? I'm pretty sure. No, I don't think that is it. 8306, is that a TPM module? I forgot to scratch the hell out of it. Lubricating liquid matter. I'm wearing headphones and it's not loud at all on your end. Okay, well, that's good. I'm just waiting for someone to report here. I need an answer. ITE 8306 FN. It is. Okay. All right, so Oh, no, it's a flyback power control, 6 leads. Okay. So it's not. Okay, so I don't think this, they haven't been putting separate TPMs on these. That's why I suspected there's not a TPM on here, a separate one. And anytime we've got that TPM missing error, it's going to be a BIOS flash issue. So, toilet paper module, you guys are so funny. I just bought a cheap blah, 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 blah. Seems like a PMIC. Power, it's not a power management chip. It looks like an ITE, but that's more BIOS stuff. Power management, keyboard control, and environmental monitoring. Interesting. Does it look like a 6-pin chip? It's not a 6-pin chip. This thing is a 26 times 4. It's a 24 pin. 24 pin. Okay. Well, I'm going to just go ahead and reassemble because I don't think we have anything. No, all the fans are fine. Let me just put a dab of this in here. .28 pin. Did I get my math wrong? Did I math it? Did I math it incorrectly? Was it 8 by 4? That's 32. How do you get 28? 7 times 4? 28? Dab will do. Just a dab. I mean, we already have the other stuff on there. We're not like trying to repopulate the entire chip. I'm just trying to not let it overheat with what we're doing. You know what I hate about this model? It's like the heatsink's so big you can never find the screws to line up with. There it is. Okay, here, I'm going to use our speed gun here. We're going fast. If I can find the screw holes and not drill right into the board. Speed crew, we're doing it. We're going fast this time. Pit crew. Clean? I'm not doing any cleaning right now. We haven't fixed the... You have to fix it before you do all that stuff. I don't work until I have to work. I don't work until it works. How's that? I'm not doing much cleaning. Unless it is the cause. Then we'll do all the cleaning. Does LLM need a dam? It does, but we're getting rid of the LLM when we're done. So the dam is broken, but we're not going to lay it on its side or anything like that right this second. Although maybe we will lay it on its side because we don't want it to overheat. So, good question. All right, gonna work? All right, so 1 in chat if it's gonna work, 2 in chat if it's not gonna work, 3 in chat if it's gonna do something different. All right, so we just flashed the BIOS. Hopefully it resolves none of the fans were working before. We were getting a TPM issue and it was powering up really, really slow. It's taking forever for it to start up. So the first time we're gonna turn it on, it's gonna take a long time so you can get that out of your head versus it, being different. And then, so 1 in chat is that it's just gonna fix the issue. It's gonna be magic. Everything's gonna work like a regular laptop. 2 in chat if it doesn't, it's not gonna change anything. 3 in chat if it's just gonna do something different. So partial fix. And then a 1.5 would be not an answer. I see ones, I see ones, I see twos. Mostly ones, a lot of ones. So people are very confident. Very confident. Got lots of ones. There's a 1.5. There's a 1.86. The DDR5 training and then the EC programming takes forever on this machine. This is about a 5-minute CMOS reset, usually. So we'll be able to hang out and have a little gab for a little while. I'm not going to worry about it too much. We always have a 420 in there. We have a 1.67, 42, 67, wait, no, 42, 67, 3.5. You guys are so funny. 3.14, 159. How far does that go? I never learned how far it went. I mean, I never learned very far, is what I mean by that. Okay, so power's plugged in, LCD's plugged in, RAM's in there. I have a couple screws in there so it's not going to fall out. We'll plug in the audio just for, fun. Spike has his meter. We're going to reset him. He's at, what, 11 amps? Woo! Grady. All right, 6.7. Grady's giving 6.7. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Should just power on. And so like I said, this thing will actually sit What? No. I got hold on. What the what? What do you think about this? Okay, so I don't know if y'all just noticed what it was doing, but I'm still processing what I just was experiencing. Okay, so the keyboard was flashing. Kunk, kunk, kunk. I don't remember what the power meter was doing because I was so busy hearing weird, like, kind of not popping sounds, but almost like power rails are low side MOSFETs kicking in or something, where you can hear kind of a click, you know? And then I even unplugged the power and it was still doing it on battery. BIOS would not cause that. Did I solder the BIOS chip on the correct direction? I don't know. Let me make sure that I'm a pro technician. Arcing? I don't know if it's arcing. I don't know. It's weird what it is. So I'm gonna I'm gonna back out. That's why I stopped really fast. We're gonna back out. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna verify. We're gonna measure twice, cut once. So no smoking. There's no smell. It was just like a weird popping sound. Not popping. It was like a kind of a. Wait, let's see. Something like that. You know, like my fingers are touching together. It's just barely a little bit of a clicking. And the motherboard is out. Let's see if we, let's see if the last technician who's worked on the BIOS did it correctly. Yeah, pen 1. What do you think? Do you think that this BIOS from Soren's box is any good? Since I just found it over there, I don't know. Do you think it even has anything to do with that? All right, let me plug in the power while we're having it on the bench and just measure. I want to make sure that we're getting. Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm thinking right now. That was weird, people. That was weird. Let me get a DC jack. I'm digging through my bag of jacks. I got a bag of jacks. If you need a bag of jacks, I got a bag of jacks right here. Sub for 7 months. Who? Woo! In his house. Okay, let me plug it in. Okay, here I'm gonna mute the music real quick. Okay, you ready? You hear that? And it was in time with that too. The audio was clicking with the meter there. I'm going to pull the heatsink back off. And I don't know what the heck's going on now. It threw a rod. Oh my gosh, it threw a rod. MOSFET. It seems like a MOSFET issue, or that's what it sounds like. But it could be that leaking liquid metal on something that I just didn't notice, and then now it's like, you know, shorting out something. I don't know. It exactly synced with the spike readings. Okay. And the heatsink is off. Let's take a quick look around. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. No, sir. Don't like it at all. All right, I'm going to plug it in again right here. Let's go thermal. Going thermal. Okay, so keep an eye out. Just going to plug it in. Okay, so over here is burning hot, and this is also where we saw liquid metal. The gift that keeps giving. Gift that keeps giving. So how in the wide world of sports... Okay, so I guess it is time for cleaning. Who said it's time for cleaning? I mean, I don't see any liquid metal over here. All right, I'm cleaning. I hate this stuff. I don't want to clean it. I don't want to clean my room, Mom. This is just ridiculous. I don't want it. All right, this stuff is junk. I'm going to throw it in the trash. Just gets everywhere. Repaste it and solve the issue. So I'm going to take this dam off, the barrier. That's what I do. When we de-liquid metal a device, we take off the dam, because then we can resolve any of this extra stuff that's on the outside or underneath or around. But we have to clean the inside out first. We will solve the mystery, I promise. And I don't know if I just dripped one over here somewhere. I feel like a piece just dripped somewhere. Nope. Okay, let me get the last couple pieces out of here. LLM PTSD activated. I'm telling you, I don't do LLMs anymore. I don't clean these anymore at all. I always send them off. I have a liquid metal cleaning person. That's all he does all day long. Well, not all day long, but all the repairs that are liquid metal cleaning goes to one person now. Santa Claus, you should have soldered wires to the 5 volts of the fans and send it back to the owner and fix the issue. It came on steady. That would have solved the issue. These are 12 volt. Yeah, so we have to find 12 volt lines, the problem, but I guess we can do 5 volt and just run it slow. Low and slow, baby. Low and slow. Where happened to all my tweezers? Here they are. So I'm going to peel this off low and slow, like barbecue. Be careful with any of these pieces that are still in here. God, I hate this stuff. Has anybody in the chat, I want to know right now, opted to install liquid metal on their laptop? Has anybody in the chat said, I don't have liquid metal on my laptop, I want it? Raise your hand. Anybody? Anybody? LM, LDM. LCD has the highest voltage. Let's see. Never, 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 never. No, hell no, hell no. There's somebody in there. I know somebody's going to have it. Yes, but I didn't have enough. Before I knew it. Before I knew about the carnage. Yeah, because I have people putting it on these really old systems that it didn't even know it existed whenever it came out, and it eats away at the heatsink, corrodes everything, and then leaks everywhere because you have to have a good barrier. And then what a lot of these gaming people will show you is like, oh, all you have to do is just put a little bit of formola coating on any of these things like this, like seal up the capacitors, and you're good. But no, you have to keep it from leaking out, so you have to have a barrier too. All right, I'm going to toothbrush this area, I think, and see what it does. I'm going to put the alcohol here and below, and then I'm going to toothbrush it. Let's see if I can get it off the screen, or off the side here. Because I'm mad, man, I'm mad. I got another yeah in there. Whew. It works great. Put it on my old a Lenovo. So if you just leave it on the desk, maybe it's fine. All right, so I just sprayed this alcohol on here, and then I'm going to blow it like this so it blows down off the side to see if I can get those extra pieces out of there. Oh yeah, plug your ears. Oh, my ears, the humanity. I should warn you about that. Isopropyl. Yeah, this is isopropyl in a can. But it comes out in pressure, so I like it. I save it for certain applications. I don't use it that often. All right, so let's see how much better that looks. But I don't think this is the issue. Those little pieces that were on there are the issue. Oh, sorry. There you go. I don't see any issues. I don't know. All right, let's see what it does now. Actually, I want to check the back of the board too. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Okay, you ready? We're gonna go thermal again. You want to go thermal again? What part was clicking? I don't know yet, but I know that this whole area got hot. So PTM, you need PTM. You need TPM 7950, not PTM. We need a trust platform management version of the cooling system. All right, so we're lined up again. I'm gonna plug it in. 3, 2, 1. I'm scared to put my ear too close to it. So I can tell you right now, this MOSFET right here is on fire. It's on absolute fuego right here. Like burning hot. And I'm assuming it's this MOSFET is clicking. I'm assuming probably the low side's clicking. Why did it all of a sudden start doing that? Is the question. Why did it all of a sudden start doing that? Wipe it up. What do we want to wipe up? Oh, mercury, copper. Yeah, 100. I mean, it hurt my finger when I touched it. I don't know what this stuff is here. We didn't have a piece over here. I mean, we could replace this. I don't know if that's the cause or not. Sure, let's just replace it. Okay, so 302155. Okay, let's just replace it. That way we're just wrong BIOS. Here, we can solve that issue by, let me think about this. It's not the wrong BIOS. At least I don't think it is. Should we put his BIOS chip back on and see if it does the same thing? Before we start changing out components? That's what, maybe I'll do that. Maybe let's just put his BIOS chip back on since we have it intact still and see if it does the same thing. How's that? You like that? You like that investigative skill? No, yes, no, no, yes. More science. I love the no yeses, no yeses, no, no, no yeses. Completely irrelevant. Checking for shorts. Oh yeah, we could check for shorts, but there's definitely a short there. Maybe. Well, if we check here, it's going to be low resistance in general, just because of it being the CPU. But for science, I guess we can check just quickly because it doesn't take any effort to do that. So we should have. There's 9 ohms there. That's fine. 12 ohms is there, and these should be lower. 9 ohms. So these may all be together for all I know. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this output is tied to this output. Is that right? And that one's separate. So we have this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one are all working together as a team. And then this one looks separate. Yeah, this one's separate and this one's separate over here. This is going to be like the iGPU. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Snip, snap, snip, snap. And then we'll just check 3 and 5, but 3 and 5 should be on if the machine's turning on, so it should have no short here. No short here. I just want to change out the BIOS just for fun, just for science, because I doubt it's a software thing, but you know, who knows? We can also just be so full of ourselves and not be willing to accept that we might have made the issue and it's not something else related. But I've never seen that before my entire life, so check the crystal. Okay, that's a good point. This BIOS chip could be junk too that I put on here, because it's brand new, which is a facetious thing to say, right? This is a Shark Attack version. BIOS Shark Attack version. When BIOS is attack. The crystal. Well, I think that it's that one chip they're all together, right? So if all those MOSFETs are working except for that one, and they're all lined up on the same PWM controller and outputting the same, and it sounds like a low side triggering, then to me it seems like a bad MOSFET. But it doesn't make sense that that would all of a sudden go bad after I change this out, so. MOSFETs always blow with just a little bit of resistance. Would the wrong BIOS cause that? No. The wrong BIOS would not cause that, but we want to rule out, we're taking cause and effect into play here, right? So we did something and now something is happening. So can we emulate or go back to the original state to see if it's still doing that, right? So did we cause it, or was it something that was already like imminent? Now, this is the area that we saw the liquid metal at. So was there a drop that we didn't see or whatever? I mean, I'm sure somebody can go back and check, but, or was that thing about to blow anyway? I don't know. I have no idea. All right, so we have their BIOS chip back on there. I guess we'll go thermal again. Going thermal. The BIOS chips are exactly the same part number, and again, it doesn't really matter on these. They just need to be 256s for the most part, but yeah, they were the exact same. Okay, so it's gonna be a little bit warm because I just soldered over here, but we can live with that. So this is the area that was getting hot, so y'all ready? 3, 2, 1. Still doing the same thing. The CPU did not come on, and it was doing like the clicking sound, and it was, yeah, I'm using the Floor One Pro today. And, yeah, it was messing up. So let's pull this MOSFET off of here. All these issues are unrelated, by the way. So this issue that they're having here is not related to the issue of it starting up slowly. And I mean, it could have been for it restarting. That would make sense. So like I was equating it to overheating and it was like doing that restart thing, but maybe it's having an issue with this. I don't know. I'm going to pull this guy off of here. Welcome to Crazy Nate's. Crazy Nate's Raw Dog Repairing. The BQ? The BBQ? Is that the one on top? This is the one on top. Is that what you're asking? Tank it first. The only difference is spike. It's not allowing the sound to sync. What, did I put my headphones up close, or my microphone up close enough? All it takes is a little bit of LLM to destroy a laptop. Ah. It's hot. It's hot. It's burning my hand. So you see how it didn't want to come off? I'm going to add a little bit of flux now. And then I'll come back here. And that kind of mixes with the solder and helps it flow. Green part. It's hot in Topeka. It's cold today, or yesterday it was pretty cold. I think it was like in the 60s. Come on. No, my tweezers are all messed up. I can't pick it up. No. Darn it. Let me get a different pair of tweezers. Every time I pick it up, it kind of falls back off. Let's try this one. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to set that guy off to the side. Let's get a brand new chip. I think I have some brand new ones, but I'm just going to grab it. The solder must flow. It must flow. Let me take it off this donor board. Okay. we'll take... Well, that one doesn't look good. Look at this. Look at that one. That one's spicy. So look at these. You see that these are different chips altogether? Still has the same controller. So it's an NCP 81521. This is an NCP 81521. But the chips they're using are different because these are going to be NCP 302155s. And this board uses these A00s, I think. Or the CA00s. So I usually, in general, don't like to mix and match. So I'm not going to just stick that CA00 on there, but I think the CA00 is the same thing, right? Is that right? I think it's just the... Can someone confirm that? I mean, it obviously is the same. Resistance to the pads where the MOSFETs. Measure the resistance on the pads where the MOSFETs. I could just to look for a short somewhere. I mean, I don't know what the pads are supposed to measure, but we can measure them. It seemed like a low side clicking inside, so we have, that's 0.6. This is 1.5. That's 0.4. Wait a minute. Huh. Downstream ohms. Clean the solder bridges first. Oh, I don't really worry about that. But yeah, I can reflow this. Now, all this fixes itself when you put the chip on here. I don't like touching this with a soldering iron because then it picks up all the solder and then I don't have enough on there. 1.5 kilo ohms. It's a fuse. So you think it's the same chip? I mean, I was just going to grab another board to see, unless you think it's exactly the same thing. You're saying probably. I mean, it probably is, and it probably will work fine, but I'm just saying, is it exactly the 302155? Is a CA00 equal to a 31 data sheet? Yeah. Let me see if I can look it up. CA00 MOSFET. Yeah, so this shows it as a, just searching here, as an AON chip, not an NCP chip. So that's kind of the only thing that's kind of weird, you know, is like, can an NCP instead of run an AON apparently? I guess so. Anyway, let me grab a different board. But I don't know if these measurements are right or not. I have no idea. I don't know. Do it for science. What I don't like doing that for science because you don't know if it's going to mess up until later. I have more boards though. And I have brand new NCP chips. I know I do. All right, let's grab a new one. Ah, just a casual Sunday. Welcome to our casual Sunday motherboard repair. You have made it. You have arrived. All right, NCP 30, 20, 30, 31s. Come on. Got too many chips in here. AT00. Project Hail Mary was good. All right, 30, 21, 55s. Here we go. Is it our fun day? Sunday fun day? All right, did everyone get a chance to see Project Hail Mary? I only got one of these guys left. Oh, no, here. I got a couple in here. Let me grab one of these. They're already open. There we go. Not yet. I mean, the book was so good, and then the movie was really good, too. I was very happy. And I'd actually never seen a Ryan Gosling movie before, which I think is funny. So he was actually a pretty good actor. I gotta say. Fan didn't work. The fans didn't translate something. All right, so here's our brand new NCP chip. Is that LLM on the caps? Let's look. Let's see. We clean this whole area. Let's see if we can figure out what we're talking about here. Hey, Daryl, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing there, buddy? All right, so I cleaned all this area, so tell me which way, northwest, go north or go south? Between those two caps, these two caps right here, those look fine. That's like kind of the, it's just like the paint on the board. That's actually like just white, the screen printing. Yeah, because I don't see any over here at all. That's all flux that I just put on there. It's flux. Stupid LLM. Stupid LLM. All right. All right, so how many people would try to fix this solder bridge before soldering the chip on? How many people would be concerned about that right this second? I just want to see how many people have soldered a bunch in their life. So it's nothing to be concerned with. I can tell you right now that solder bridge is not going to be there when I'm done. Right now, if I flow this, because the solder's going to kind of suck to where it needs to go, right as I heat it with the gun and start getting it all melted, it's just going to go and separate. Sometimes it might be thick enough to be kind of like, you know, still there going over both, but once I put my chip on there and I tap it, it's going to separate. And sometimes you'll have like a paired on the edge and then you have to clean it at the end. But let's just see what it does for science, and then I'll mess with it. Because I can't get my soldering iron down in there, so I'm going to have to make sure I do it correctly. Where's our pin 1 on this? Is this our pin 1 right here? There it is. And where's our pin 1 on this guy? Can't see. Can't see. It's right there on that side. Let me get that lined up. So that's how we're going to put it, like that. And I can hit it with the soldering iron right now because... But all this stuff, it spreads out. That's the thing. It's like all of this will spread out on its own. It's like magic. It's like magic. Touch that, touch that. See, even if I did that, and it's like, yeah, now they're not touching, it could still bridge together later. It's not, that's not the way it works. Like all this stuff. And I don't want to sit here and go over there and pick up all the solder that's already there, or else I don't have enough solder anymore. All right, we're going to solder it on. And I would love to just, I would love to plug it in right now to see if the problem is gone, but I don't want to blow out anything by running it without that MOSFET on there. Stop touching it. Nate, there's a pinhole in the chip on pin 1. On my chip? Yeah, you mean the pinhole marker? It's the pin 1 mark. Is there a reason why I chose Dell? Because that's what I specialize in. But I started this 25 years ago, so I get loads of Dell stuff. I sell all the Dell parts, and we specialize in everything Dell. And so it's not just repair. Repair is a very small portion of my business. It was about 3%, and now it's about 7% now. It's going up a little bit. I need to stop using those freaking tweezers. They're all messed up. Keep grabbing mangled tweezers. It's making me mad. Don't touch it, Mom. I left from Germany. Technical questions can be pointed to the Discord. So you can just type in ! Discord and you can log in there. I don't have the bandwidth to answer those questions right now. Or you can wait till our just chatting session at the end of the stream. Alright, so all these pins now are getting soldered. I can see right down the middle. I don't know if you guys can see it. And now I'm going to tap it here, like that, and that will separate everything. Now everything's good. It's good. It's brand new. Let that cool off for a second. The magic tap. But I'm not squishing it hard. I'm just kind of going tap, 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 tap. And that kind of moves it around as long as you have enough flux on there. The BIOS tweezers. No, I was loving these blue tweezers for a long time, and so I bought a bunch of them. And I don't know if the last batch I bought are just like inferior, but these are junk. But I have a bunch of these that had been good or hit and miss, but they do get damaged very easily. So I kind of like store them in certain areas. So I say, okay, don't grab those and don't start manhandling them. And I even put a red mark on here, like these are my good ones. But I don't know. And so I have to keep bending these tips to try to get them to kind of close in on themselves a little bit. So when I pick up a chip, it doesn't fly away. All right, I'm just letting this cool down for a second before I clean it, because you don't want to just start dumping alcohol straight on here. Isopropyl. And we're going to use our chem pad here. All right, so it looks good. Looks brand new, factory. The question is it going to do a number 3? Like everyone, we had a number 1 option, which was earlier what we were would fix the board. Number 2 means it would still do the same thing. Number 3 was number different. So you guys got number 3 option earlier. So let's go thermal and figure out exactly what it's going to do this time. So our goal is to have it where the CPU here starts getting hot. Okay, there's our CPU. Ooh, that's some lag for me. That's crazy lag. Look at that. Ooh. The CPU should get hot, and then this should not be 100 degrees or 80 degrees or whatever it is. The SATA must flow. Gosh, this thing is hot right here. It's my desk. Okay, we'll put that on top of there. Okay, you ready? For science. Is it going to be fixed? Maybe I should put it in the split view in case it blows up, so we can see it at the same time. So that's the chip we just changed out, is right here. And just pay attention to it at the same time. At the same time. All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, that was weird. So nothing happened. There's your spike meter. I don't have it on that screen apparently. All right, it's still the same sound, but that chip's not getting hot anymore. I'm going to turn it back on again. Unless our temperature of our board's so hot that I can't tell. Let me blow it. Where's my blower at? Let me cool it off. Plug your ears if you're sensitive to the noise. Just going to try to cool it off just a little bit so our thermal camera can show the temperature difference. Okay. Let's try this again. Same old song. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, well that's not hot anymore. That's good. Well, now it's not powering on, but a second ago it did power on. I heard the clickiness. So now it's not even powering on. And this is with his BIOS. Oh, there it is. Right as I touched this, it started doing the clicky sound again. What is going on here? What is going on here, people? All right, I got a problem too. I got some liquid metal on my desk. This is what I hate about liquid metals. It just starts getting places. Look at this. This is liquid metal right here on my desk. Oh, the gift that keeps giving. All right, so let's finish cleaning all this stuff off. And I'm so... We're gonna have to like rewatch the video to figure out what happened here. What happened? Why did it stop working? What did we miss? This is his original BIOS. LLM happened. Why not that? But LLM moving around. I mean, we're gonna have the ultrasonic cleaner just or something. Maybe I should bang it on the desk. See if I can move that LLM around. That might be a good test next. I'm gonna get stuff off of here so it doesn't keep getting everywhere. Told you to clean it. Yeah, I know. It's Matt's fault. Matt's fault. Told me to clean it. The icy is cooked. It's a bad egg. I don't know why I'm choosing the really hard repairs for the stream. I don't really get to know how bad it's going to be when I get to it, but just give it an alien bath, a little ultrasonic bath. I need to change the water in my ultrasonic cleaner though. It's the only problem. It's not heated up either. So there's multi-stages there. Ultrasonic cleaner always needs clean water. We're past bagging at this point. Past bragging. Past banging. Okay. That's good enough. No, I think we can turn it on with a bang. A bang, bang. Let's see. Small pieces. Alcohol. I hate this stuff. Charge $50 for the Q-tips. Yeah, I know. That's how many Q-tips I go through. Thanks to Daryl, I got plenty. Okay. Just gonna plug it in again. Let's just see what it does while I just did that. So you see how it did twice? It did 2 clicks and then stopped. So it did boom, boom, and then I heard the clicks. Now I don't know where the click's coming from, but I'm gonna bang it on the desk. See if we can move this stuff around. Thanks for the Prime sub. There, bump. Or bunt. Plugged back in. All right, I think I'm gonna have to figure out where that clicking's coming from. What do you think? No fans in the R1. All right, so I'm gonna pause my music again because I can't hear anything. Okay, you ready? Listen. So I'm only getting 2 clicks. It's definitely on the CPU. It's definitely on the CPU. One of these MOSFETs on the CPU, or I don't know. Let me, oh gosh, sorry about that. Let me peel this off. I hate this. Oh, God. Why? This stuff is... I just want the sticker to come off, okay? Can I take the sticker off, please? Please, can I take it off? I just want to peel it off, but if I grab it wrong, then it starts to peel itself apart, and then this is a kind of a metal foil stuff inside of it, and then that's conductive too. It's like they need all the shielding. It's like all the UL stuff, and it... Look at this. See that? And this is all conductive crap behind that. It's like they have to put all this shielding on here. I'm just so fed up, man. I just can't handle it. All right, I'll get it eventually. I just wanted to get this lifted up so I could look under here because there must be some rogue something going on here. And voltage injection doesn't work if we don't have a short. That's the problem. So I don't know what changed besides the liquid metal it changed, or that we opened it up as. And do we have a drip somewhere that we're missing, right? None. None ya. There's liquid metal right here. So do we have a splatter somewhere else? No. Wow. Reball the CPU. That joke's no fun. How the heck? My desk is covered in liquid metal again. I don't know where this liquid metal is coming from. Look, it's just covered again. So there has to be a blob somewhere that we haven't noticed yet, and it just keeps getting everywhere. Can you see it? I mean, this is all liquid metal. All of this, big blobs, drips, and I've already cleaned everything. Yeah, so it's a clue. You're right. It's a clue. I mean, I don't get it. Liquid metal is coming from the motherboard. Thank you. You're helpful. You're quite helpful there, Santa Claus. Okay, I'm going to take this daughter board off because that's where the audio is, so if there's an issue with that, let's get that out of here. Motherboard needs to be scrubbed. We just need to go over it with a fine-tooth comb, I guess. But I don't wanna. Gosh. Okay, you guys are the scouts here. So that's us doing that stuff. So I'm going to go straight down the edge here, all the way down. And then we're going to move over just a little bit. We're going to come right back up. I don't see anything. Okay, keep looking. Donut, donut. Da-na-na-na-na-na. There's the part number of the board, by the way. It's a J6YWN. So that's his BIOS chip back on there. Anything? Put it in the ultrasonic cleaner. Okay, well, I'm going to have to go drain the water, which is another whole process for me to do that. It's like, do I need to take this barrier off here? It's a little piece there. Welcome to the coolest fans there, Alan. Welcome. You are a coolest fan now. New membership. So, yeah, I don't see anything else on this side, unless I missed it. Did anyone see it? Let's see. Put in ultrasonic cleaner, put in ultrasonic cleaner, LLM hygiene, moving on. Use a really big magnet. The LLM will flow all over the board. The magnet, the LLM is not feral. It's feral. Is it feral the right word? Feral sounds wrong to me. That sounds like a feral cat. Ferret. I don't know. Let me take out the RAM. Take out these covers. Charge an extra $100 for LLM cleanup. Okay, my desk is clear again. Okay, we're going down this edge. Good. Liquid metal challenge. Liquid metal challenge. Well, thank you for the donation for my liquid metal challenge. Dun, 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 dun. It's a liquid metal challenge. If I knew that this was going to have liquid metal to deal with today, I would have not done it. How's that? If they would say, yeah, I think I might have some liquid metal changed out or something, I would have totally skipped it. We're getting raided by Joey. What's up, guys? I hope you had a good stream over there with Joey. And right now we're working on an Alienware M18R1. And interesting issue with this board is here. Maybe you guys can, well, you can be part of our brain trust here that we're working on. So we had this machine came in, turned on, but it posted really slow, gave a TPM error. So we're missing our TPM chip or module. And none of the fans worked on it. This thing has 4 fans. All the fans throw a failure. The audio doesn't work. And so it was actually very strange. And we were like, it could be a BIOS issue, a firmware issue of some sort, right? So we open it up, we pull the board out, and we find that the BIOS chip has been messed with because people don't tell me anything, right? So this is what the BIOS chip looks like. It looks like a tiger just took a bite out of it, or a shark or something. You see a big gouge right here. So we suspected that, you know, BIOS might have been messed up. So we said, hey, let's go ahead and pull it off. And we'll put a brand new BIOS chip on there, brand new, quote unquote, right, for my pile. And we programmed it with a fresh BIOS firmware. And then we tried to turn the board on, and the board started clicking and not powering on. And then we found that this MOSFET over here was shorting out, basically. And we also had found a bunch of liquid metal over here. So I don't know if you're familiar with the liquid metal on these CPUs. This thing's shipped with like a Element 31 liquid metal. It's gallium based, and it's highly conductive. And we found liquid metal over here. We cleaned it all, and we replaced that MOSFET. Board still does not work at all. We put his original BIOS chip back on too, and it's still not working. So the brain trust is here. Joey Does Tech's guys are going to help us out, right? What we got? What we got? So any information? Any information? Oh my gosh, it's so maddening. BIOS signatures, nope, it's not going to be that, because we went back to the original BIOS and it was doing exactly the same thing. WinBond chip, it was scarred, but it's the same WinBond chip. We did the exact same one. No clue. Maybe power rail related. Yeah, it could be simple like that. But here, we're going to go thermal again. I'm going to plug it in. So keep an eye on the power meter. We do have a meter that will tell us exactly what it's doing, and then it's also making this popping sound when we do it. So it sounds like a low side MOSFET that's shorting out, but we haven't identified where it is. Two clicks, and that was it. So maybe let's change out this PWM controller, because that's what's getting hot next. But it should be getting hot in general. I'm not so suspicious of that. Check under the CPU. Okay, well, I'll plug it in, check under the CPU, because I do hear it actually from the back side under the CPU. Let's see if we see any heat under there, actually. 3, 2, 1. Nope. And you can see all the VRMs coming on the GPU and things like that. So, I don't suspect that it is this, but we could change this out since we have one. What do you think? So put another one of those guys on there. This NCP, this is the PWM controller that actually controls all these MOSFETs that power the CPU. Let me go ahead and do that. Let's just do that since I don't know. Since science is what we got to do. Let me grab a board. Sorry, I'm over here. I can't read what you're saying right now over there. Reprogram the EC. The problem with this one is it's a Novaton chip, and I haven't figured out how to program these. So that is a major problem, and I cannot get these to program properly. Every single thing I've tried, I can't get it to connect to it properly. So, ferrous, non-magnetic, non-ferrous. Ferrous is the word. I was saying feral like a cat. It's non-feral. The liquid metal probably is non-feral too, or it is feral. I guess it would be feral, not whatever. I don't forget what I'm saying. Scratch that, reverse it. All right, so this is the NCP chip we're going to put on off of our donor board, off of our brand new donor board that has a blown up chip that hopefully did not blow up this thing too. But I just want to at least see if it does exactly the same thing. And now, if we did have this chip go bad because of liquid metal, then it could have blown that chip out, for all I know. So, I don't know. Replace the liquid metal again with thermal paste. We will replace it at the end. We're going to put PTM 7950 on it. We're not going to put LLM on there, but well, PTM. Yeah, PTM, TPM, whatever it takes. That's normal. All right, let me just pull this guy off. This is the customer's NCP chip. We're going to put it off to the side, save it for later. It's Will Ferrell. Yeah, that's what it is. Will Ferrell. CPM on it. Put some CP on it. Novoton chips can only be reprogrammed by a UN link tool, from what I know of. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for letting me know. I'm still trying to figure that one out. My programmer can actually connect to a couple different types, but it won't connect to the one that goes to this. And so I've had an issue trying to get them programmed. All right, so this is their original one. I'm just going to set it off to the side. We'll grab our brand new chip off of this exploded motherboard and see what it does. But it's not an EC issue because of the way that it's acting with that clicking. It's like a low side MOSFET not being happy. We stopped using the voltmeter a long time ago. Is that what you're saying? Farrell equals Chad Smith, separate birthdays. Okay. All right, so this is going to go on like that. Let's keep this thing back up here. I'm like flux in the wind. So UN link programmer. I keep saying NU link. NU link programmer. Are those expensive? Well, actually, I don't care how expensive they are, because if it does it, it does it. I will take it. NU link. Let me see if I can look that up real quick. Give me a second. We'll buy it right now. All right. That guy's happy. Okay. Let's let it cool off for a second. NU link. What do we got? Remind them that remind them about that. What am I reminding them about? Lead? About the bell message? So anybody who wants the message, they can, if they do a super chat, it will pop up on the screen if you need to get my attention. All right, so we got NU Link Programmer. So what is this? Novoton. Oh, is that all it is? I can use this? I'll take it. How do I get it? Give it to me. I want it. Where's the buy button? I don't see a buy button. A Pro? NU Link Pro 2? I'll take the Pro 2. Tools, tools, tools. I don't see a buy now. I want it. Well, that could be a solution. So I will work on trying to get one of those ordered. Does anyone have one of those? You could order from Amazon to your... wait, sent you one. Okay. Sent you one from Amazon. All right. Well then... Haha. Sweet. So this supposedly will program it. It's only 20 bucks. I'll take 10 of them because that's worth it. Okay, so let me go back here. DigiKey has it. Okay, so all those people have it. So it's not like it's hard. It's in stock. All right, is this going to work? 1, 2, or 3? 1 if it's going to work, or 1 that's going to fix it. 2 is going to not work at all. 3 is going to do the same thing. Wait, 2 is going to be the same thing. Hold on. 1 it's going to work. 2 is going to do the same thing. 3 is going to do something different. 9. 3 again. 3 is going to do something different. Okay. 7. Oh, no. Not this again. Okay, so 2 is not going to work. So most people are saying 2. All right. The faith is starting to fade. I can see it. I can see the faith. You have no faith in me. You have no power over me. I have no power over me. Okay, same thing, same thing, same thing. Okay, well, I'm glad that the faith is strong with this crowd. Not faith, I mean. 1776. All right, so I have it plugged in, or I'm about to plug it in. Keep an eye on the power meter. I'll reset spike too, just so we can kind of see that. Power meter reset. 3, 2, 1. And it's powering on. I can't believe. So who did number 1? Oh, I got to find you guys. Oh, we got Perry, Will, Alec. Who else is the number 1? Nets. Oh, Nico, Barney. Ooh, Doug, Johnny. You guys are the winners today. All right, so we resolved the issue. Now, why did it happen? I have no idea. But so here's the thing: did something different. Is 3, but it's fixed because the CPU powered on. 1 and 3, 1. That's like a what? There's more liquid metal here again. Where's this stuff coming from? Ah! All right. We keep finding it. So 1 and 3 did win because technically it did something different. Now, when I was saying it did something different, it means it did something different, but it's still broken. How's that? Okay, but I have to put my BIOS chip back on here because I still have his BIOS chip on there. So let me put his BIOS chip back on there. You fixed the fans. You broke it. Wait. You fixed it and you broke it. All right, let me put my BIOS chip back on here. My brand new BIOS. So we're going to take his shark-bitten BIOS and set it off to the side. I mean, what is going on here? Look how, this is deep. This is so deep right here. It's like, it's hard to explain how deep it is. Let's see if we can get you a better angle. Look at that. Isn't that cray? That is so crazy. Yeah, it was a slip of the tweezers, for sure. Yeah. Or he put it in his shark tank. All right, we're going to pull that off, put our other one back on, and then we'll see if it powers on one more time, and then we'll assemble it, and then we'll see if we fixed it, and then save another laptop in the next one. You guys want the salt ultrasonic cleaner? I'm going to have to do that on another video or another day because I have to clean the water. I have to drain it. I have to put fresh water in it, and then I have to charge a fee for the prior attempt. I mean, it's getting there. It's getting there. That's what I'm saying. All I have to do is just charge $50 for this BIOS chip, and then that kind of gets that extra attempt in there. So maybe the rule would be I charge for chips, any replacement parts that I have to put on there, if there's a prior attempt, and then I don't charge for the chips, which I normally don't. Because I say it's plus parts in general. It's always plus parts, except I don't charge for the components most of the time. But if it only is plus parts for the components, if they make me have to spin my wheels because I'm trying to save something else that somebody else has already worked on, you know? How's that? Does that work? Because what are we at 2 hours already? Yeah, we're at 2 hours and we haven't even done anything. We don't even know if this is going to fix it. All we were going to do would be like, let's just try the BIOS real quick, right? It was supposed to be a real quick type of situation, and then the next thing you know, we're 2 hours later. It only took 2 hours to figure out that this isn't even the issue, and it's a hardware issue. We were trying to figure out if it's software or hardware. We still haven't figured that out. 7. How did the BIOS get scratched? They probably changed the BIOS out. They probably messed with it, so they were grabbing it with their tweezers and it slipped. Because the thing is that if you're not using hot enough air, then the chip won't desolder itself because it has a big ground plane there. And so you start grabbing it off of there, and then it just slips and Takes a chunk out of it. You missed the first 90 minutes, well then you're probably getting the better last part of it here. All right, let's just make sure it powers on one more time before I assemble it. Okay. 3, 2, 1. There we go, 2 amps, CPU coming on. Whew. That was a lot of work to get to this state. Okay, so my BIOS is working. The board is trying to come on. Oh, solder mask was a bit damaged underneath the BIOS. I didn't even notice that. I think it's okay because all the pins are pretty far apart from each other, but that is just another clue to add to our investigation. We're setting up the crime scene here. We need to put some crime scene tape. I actually envisioned this yesterday. If you saw the video from yesterday and I was saying, I'm all right, I'm getting the crime scene put together, right? Trying to figure it out. It's almost like I wanted to make a little crime scene tape around the motherboard or something for my thumbnail. But you know, it's like, it's too hard to sit there and do all that stuff. So, plus you would have to understand what the heck I'm talking about. Fast forward it, please. All right, let me put the heatsink on here. The crime scene is LLM. Nate, make the liquid metal table of models. Oh, okay, that's a good point. I can do that. Yeah, I could probably tell you that out of my head, but yeah, I can just make a table. Now they are adding more and more still. The audio board, I don't give a rat's about that. Yeah, no, I'll put it on there. Thank you. This thing got folded over. I'm gonna straighten this out. There we go. All right, should I scrape this junk off of here? I don't want this liquid metal going back on there. This stuff is out of here. This is the rest of it. Oh, I hate this. Hate it. And probably this heatsink is corroded now because of this stuff. Does anyone want this? I can bag it up and send it to you. It's still good. Still good. You want it? I'll ship it off right now. Just scrape it into my trash can right here. No, I'll screw the audio board on there. Although the audio board, is it causing the issue in the first place? We took it off of there. Did we figure out if it was still doing it after we took the audio board off? I think we did. Try to figure out cause and effect on all this stuff. LLM is a pain. So has anyone cleaned liquid metal before and seen it keep showing up on your desk? It happens to all of us. All technicians are like, we'll look down and be like, where did that come from? It's like liquid metal on the desk again. And you're like, I don't even understand how this is possible. We've already cleaned all this up. That was 2 laptops ago or something. You know, it just like shows up. It's like stuck to something. And see, when I swipe this stuff, I'm like rolling my tissue and I'm using the smallest little piece and I'm trying to swipe to the center always. I haven't put alcohol in here because alcohol makes it more runny, so it's a little scarier to deal with. So it was after the audio board was removed. Okay, let's see. And then I usually use my finger at the end to soak up the rest of the liquid metal and get it right down into my pores. I need a little bit of gallium in my blood to get me through the day. Okay, so now audio board, and then try to see if it turns on one more time and then put this heatsink on, or should I assemble it first? I think I should just put this on now just to get it over with. Looks okay. Everyone's like, no, don't do it. You just got the board working again. It's gonna blow everything out. Well, at some point we're gonna have to blow the board out again. Liquid metal sucking it up. I have a sucker for it, and it doesn't work that well still. I lose my mind. It always sucks to clean. I don't mind cleaning because I like the finished product, but I don't like cleaning motherboards that have liquid metal on it. Okay, I'm going to plug it in one more time just to make sure we're good to go. This is why thermal cameras are so helpful. Plug it in. And there we go, CPU on. Nice. Nice. Okay, so audio board's back on, didn't cause the issue. We have that clean, no more liquid metals around. I'm just gonna put a dab in the middle here. We're not gonna do too much here because we have to, here, I'll make sure we have the corners done too. Okay. All right, Arctic Silver, this is just temporary for testing purposes only. We don't put the good stuff on until we know everything's working. All right, round 2 or 3. Is it good for your skin? It's a great moisturizer. If you take all the gallium and just rub it all in your face, it's good for using for under your eyes, and it's a good sunscreen. It's metallic. It makes my hands all like gray. Yeah, you can see like how dirty my fingers are. They start getting like this gray color, and I start feeling a little bit high, you know, because I got high. Because I got high. Oh, my coffee. Oh no, it's getting cold. Get a dentist suction unit. You know, and I have that whatever you call it, fish tank vacuum pump that I use for picking up chips, and so I could try to devise something with that. I also use this big giant syringe here, and this thing actually has pretty good suction power, and I'll pick up little blobs with it, but it doesn't work as well as you would think. Doesn't work as well as you think. You know, like I've seen videos where they're like, they apply the liquid metal out of the syringe, and then they're like, I got too much, and they just like suck it back up. Well, this isn't just like plain liquid metal. It has the paste on it too, you know, because it's element 31, so it doesn't really suck up in there. All right, RAM's in there. That's in there. Much gallium exposure for hairy elbows. What? Oh, I would love it if it could help me with my my hair, my balding. So yeah, if I could put some gallium up here, that would help a lot. That would help a lot. We can just like a little gallium to help with your male pattern baldness. Nothing worse than hairy elbows. You said it. You said it. Just for aliens. It's only for aliens. We have fan spin. I can't believe. Well, JFix, if you think so. Okay, so that's, I guess, a good question we could put up here. Do you think we're going to have fan spin with this BIOS that we put on here? With all this work, because we're just trying to figure out if it's a software or hardware issue. But because of the BIOS evidence, I was thinking it was going to be a software issue, right? Firmware. And because of the LLM, I mean, why did we have multiple MOSFETs that failed? Well, the PWM controller failed and that MOSFET, I mean, I guess the LLM hit it, but was that like an ongoing thing? Was there shut-off issues all because of that too? I mean, you guys got to figure this out. Maybe yes, no, yes, probably. Okay, so we have a vote up there. So on Twitch, you can, at the top there, you can hit the vote. And so we're just trying to figure out, the issue was none of the fans spun at all. And we had it holding, you know, taking a long time to power on. The TPM was missing and all that stuff. Now, do you think that this, doing the BIOS and then replacing those other things, fix that issue? So cast your vote now while I'm putting these final screws in here. The poll has popped up, so get going. Click the button. And if I don't get at least half of you Twitchers to vote, I'm going to freak out. You got 239 people, or at least my screen over here says 239. Get 239 on Twitch, and we have 24 votes. That's 10%. So we need, I want 50% to vote. 50%, or else you're out of here. Okay. All right, I got enough screws in here, so you're running out of time. You're running out of time. We have fan spin, I can't believe. All right, so I'm going to plug in the battery. Vote, vote, vote. Battery's plugged in. Screen's plugged in. I'm flipping it over. We have 211 votes out of the 1,100 on YouTube. We're at 44 votes here. I guess I could put the poll up here. I didn't even think about that. Oh, wait, let's see this button. Let's do this. Is it going to work? All right, so we have, most people are saying the fans are going to spin. You know what? Do I think the fans are going to spin? That's a good question. You know, I didn't think about that. I'm too busy talking to you people. I don't even know what this is going to do. I don't even know. Don't even know. Okay. All right. Final chance here. Okay, I'm pressing it. 3, 2, 1, plugging it in. Okay, we got keyboard backlight. We're pulling a lot of amps. I don't really like how many amps we're pulling, but how did we post that quick? Wow, okay, that was fast. That was the fastest CMOS reset I've ever seen in my life, by the way. I don't even know what I just... So normally it takes about 5 minutes to get through that process that we just went through. And it posted like the EC chip was already programmed. And service tag utility. It wants me to set the service tag. Let me do that real quick because I cleared it. Darn it, there's no service tag on here. The service tag is marked off. Let me see if I can just find a service tag and put in here. Because if I don't put the right service tag in here, then the Alienware Command Center will not work. So I have to have a service tag in here, or else that's an Alienware M18R1, or else it will not work right. Because you're a Dell guru. It's because I have magic, I tell you. That's why it works so well. All right, let's see what we can find here. I'm looking for a service tag. Give me a second. Now, I guess I can put 1, 2, 3, 4 on it, but I'll have to reprogram it later. That's the only problem if I do it wrong. I can't see your chat right now because I'm on this other screen here. Sorry. Okay, so let me just try this for placeholder style. I can't see your chat, so hold on. I don't hear fan spin, I can tell you that. This is weird. Look at this. I don't know if the fans are on or not. No, I don't think they are. Can you see this or not? No, it's really dark. Let me see if I can brighten this up. Let me get this vote off the screen. So this says right here, kill TPM selection, not any. I don't know what the hell that means. What in the wide world of sports that means, but confirm changes, yes. Let me see if I can save this. Confirm, continue, okay. I don't know, it's acting weird still. So I don't know if that was even the right BIOS then. It's pulling some watts, I got to 11 amps. Let me see if I can brighten up the screen here. I hear the screen, I hear the fans. All right, the screen brightness isn't working. Oh no, here it goes. I think I hear the fans. One fan, 2 fans, maybe? No. Look, guys. The fans are not spinning, but they are trying to spin. They're doing the old dance where they're going click, 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 like they're trying to get a PWM signal properly or something. Okay, that's something different. Let me boot the diagnostics real quick. Twitch fans. Where are my Twitch fans at, yo? All right, I'm gonna boot in diagnostics. This thing is already pretty hot. Bad PWM. Do we have another bad chip? Has a bad startup cap? That'd be interesting. But would all of them, each one would have its own startup cap, I believe, I feel like. All right, is this gonna start up? Okay, that fan's actually spinning. Okay, there's one. And then this one did not start. It's trying to. Let me switch cameras for you. Let me see if this will work. What camera view is it? This one? Nope. I don't know if I have this camera set up. I don't have the wide angle on either. Let's see if I can turn on the wide angle lens. Let's see. It's running fan test, processor fan. This is weird. It's definitely posting a lot faster than it was before. 200 watts, no fan. Can't believe. Can't believe. Oh, this thing is on fire. Let's see how hot this is. Oh, it's hot. And the screen keeps dimming. I can't get out of this. Let me restart. The voltage fan header, measure it. Do Dells need to calibrate on first boot? Well, in general, they don't, no. Let me turn this off for a second. Yeah, it's almost like it started running this fan and then it couldn't read the PWM or something. Or the, let me cool this off. Plug your ears. Is that loud? It's cooking itself slowly. It's doing it bellissimo. Okay, I can't. Let me shut this thing off real quick. Turn that off. I'm going to run it on battery just to see if I can get it to. Do the fans even work? Do the fans even work? That's a good question. I was pretty sure that they changed them out. But maybe they didn't. Because I had my other tech look at this ahead of time, so I was pretty sure he tested it. Oh, okay. I saw something. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to the screen here. I'm going to plug it back in. All right, so it did ask me what model laptop it was because we reset everything, and so I need to set what laptop it is. Because this is an M18 and an M16 board, but it's also a 2 SSD and a 4 SSD machine. So I never let it go to that screen. I keep going past it. So let me see if I can get it to revert back to quiet mode. I don't know. Let me just see if I can get this thing to boot to ask me what model laptop it is. But it's not giving us our TPM issue. Okay, so here's our question I was talking about. So you see it asks if it's a machine that has 4 SSD slots or 2, and I believe this one has 4. It does, and it's an M18, not an M16. So we're going to select that as the machine. There we go. Confirm. That's because we wiped the BIOS information. Okay, and let me go back in the BIOS and let's put it on normal and make sure we don't have a, and maybe I'll just do a factory defaults again. But thermal, so we're gonna go to power, thermal, so battery's charging. I don't know why the screen is so freaking dim. It keeps doing that. Display. There we go. I can hear the fans on. Okay, thermal. Yeah, it's on quiet again. Optimized. It's on quiet again. All right, so let's see if this works. Okay, we have 2 fans spinning now. But then right when it's doing the fan test, it stops. And it starts shaking like this. Like that. I'm trying to set up another camera for you because I don't have the camera feed set up here. Let me get a camera for you. All right, this camera should work. Let's move this camera over here. I'm going to move it a little bit closer. Give me a second. I'm working on it. Oh, great, it broke. My camera mount broke. Just what I wanted. Okay. Okay, well, I can't set this camera up because my camera mount just broke, so I don't have no place to mount the camera. Then we can do it like that. All right, so what we're looking at here is these fans on either side. Can y'all see that pretty well? Is that much better? At least we have something here. So that looks like it's spinning, but it's not. It's just going like this. Okay, so we're going to reset spike just so we can make sure we have a clean output there. And it says fan failed. Let's see, processor fan failed. I want to look to see if we can run a test on a different fan though, because it keeps trying to run the processor fan. Yeah, it's quivering, but you'll see them start spinning when I turn it on. Diagnostics. Okay, I'm just going to run the test manually, so y'all keep an eye on it. So we're going to do a thorough test on, I'm going to start with just like I'm going to do the memory fan first, which is, it's this fan, I think, or it might be this one. And it's not doing anything. Oh, it's so hot. People, it's so hot. I'm going to have to cool it off for a second. Give me a second. So hot. All right, so do we think it's a hardware software issue at this point? I'm going to unplug all this because it's too hot. All right, let's have a little discussion with the brain trust here. Hardware! Exclamation point. I love it. Okay, so yes, this is kind of where we're at this point. So we changed out the BIOS. We rewrote the BIOS, which the machine's actually running better than it was prior to that. So we don't have a TPM issue anymore. We have it actually booting up really fast. Maybe the audio works. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. But the fans still don't function. So I'm thinking that whoever messed with this probably tried to fix it using the BIOS issue, because I think the TPM issue is resolved. We're not getting that error. Now the EC chip is responsible for the fans, so maybe we could still flash the entire BIOS, because what we just did not flash the EC chip. I know what happened. The customer killed. Customer killed things with vacuum or compressed air, excessive RPM. Very plausible. Very plausible. So these things, each one of these fans will have a diode that is to prevent it from backfeeding into the system. So if you do blow it a lot of air in there, you can actually cause some damage. So let's pull up the system. Let's pull up where all the connections are. Let's see the power rails for those, all the fans, and then let's make sure that we are getting the right voltages. We're also getting the PWM signal, and then we're also getting our tachometer, which is what reads or detects what the speed is, right? Now, each one of these will have its own tach, right? Each one of these will have its own PWM, right? So how will all three of them not work? So that's why I think it's almost like undervolted. Maybe it almost seems like it doesn't have enough startup voltage. I mean, you were talking about a cap earlier, but it could be a shorted out diode or something like that. So I'm going to pull the board back out. We only have one screw in here, 2 screws, 5 screws, whatever. Reflash the EC. So we'll have to reflash the entire BIOS on, like, while we're running the machine in order to flash the EC chip, because it is a separate chip and I don't have the programmer for it. And so investigating the connections to the fan might be the best next step. Say that 10 times fast. Run a calibrator wire only if we have a PWM signal from somewhere, and it will be properly calibrated, of course. So, all right, how many screws we got left? Properly calibrated. I know what happened. I know what happened. Okay, so maybe try the first. What if we? Do you want to replace a fan too? I don't think all 3 fans could be bad. That's why it's kind of hard to say that. Yep, the 12-volt rail is buggy. I think it's probably undervolted or something. And we could just read it right there at the pins, but I want to see where all this stuff goes too. So I think it goes to the other side of the board. Sup, homies? Okay. Ooh, it's hot. It's on fuego. It's on fuego. So we have our thing here, undervolted the fan. Oh, maybe they're trying to do some sort of fancy mod. An undervolt fan mod. Yeah, whenever they said the undervolt the CPU, I thought undervolt the fan would be even better. Just gonna check these real quick while we're at it. Where's the ground? Make sure we don't have a short over here. I doubt we do, but so that must be ground. And none of that stuff is reading short. I'm going to plug it in and see what voltages we're getting. We should have our 12 volts on the end pin, I believe. I would assume. Power saving mode. If it was on power saving mode, the thing should not get this hot. And plus it should not like burn itself up. So we're getting 5 volts on a 12 volt fan. Why are we getting 5 volts here? We got 3.3 there. Okay. So 5 volts. 4.8 to be precise. So yeah, we have an issue with that, whatever's powering that. So let's take a look. There's one out of phase. You think it's out of phase and it's missing? So if I just disconnect it, here, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna disconnect all the fans, and then now we're gonna plug it back in and see if the voltages are still good. Because we could have a shorted phase, not even a phase, but that connector was not seated. You don't talk about my connector seated. So we still have 4.9 with nothing plugged into it. And with any of them, let me unplug this other one actually, it's the last one. So, all right, no fans plugged in. 4.9. Not a single fan's plugged in. 4.9. Battery low. There's no battery plugged in. Should be 12 volts. So the entire motherboard runs on 20 volts, and then these are 12 volt fans. Or I could be completely wrong, and they're not 12 volt fans. I'm just thinking they are. But I'm pretty 99% sure that they're 12 volt fans. 12 volt right there. There you go. There's your answer. But it does make sense, right? It's doing like a, it won't start, doesn't have enough power to start. So let's figure out where we're getting our 12 volts. We'll figure it out momentarily. Boom, boom, boom. So M18R1. Check the PWM and the EC output. But if the main voltage that runs the fan is missing, or it's not at 5 volts, then we're going to have that issue anyway. So I do not concur. I'm unconcurrence on that. So we have our motherboard right here. And here's our fan connector we were just measuring. These are our ground pins. These are that's our tachometer. This is our 12 volt. It's those two lines. And then here's our PWM. okay? And if I go back and look at that, you can see, right? I have the board turned sideways, but so these two are supposed to be our 12 volt. So I'm just going to plug it in again. I was just measuring the end pin, but I can measure both of them. So I got nothing on this pin. And I got 5 volts on that pin. So kind of strange. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But if these are supposed to be connected together, they don't seem to be connected together. Try the oscilloscope. I don't know if we're to the oscilloscope phase. If I just put 12 volts here, will the fan work is the question. Because this is where the PWM signal is, and that's what tells it to run at a certain speed. This is where it reads how fast it's going, and this is where it gets the voltage from. So if we only have 5 volts here and we're supposed to have 12 volts, what the what? All right, so let's figure out where that is. And that's going to be right here on, is that a coil? It's a cap. Right here. "12 volt fan, PD." There's a diode right there, a protection diode. And what produces this thing, bro? Oh, that's another fan connector, I think, over there. And this is another fan connector over here. And that goes to the fan. So those resistors, and then cap. All right, so we're gonna look on the back side of the board over here near this area. We're just gonna inject voltage. People just love to inject voltage. We're just gonna inject it. It's gonna be injected. Where are we gonna inject it? I don't know. Just inject it. So here, I believe, is the diode that we were talking about. So this is our protection diode. So let's make sure that guy's good. He's not shorted or partially shorted to ground or something from people blowing air in there. So that pops normal that way. He's registering both ways, which isn't always wrong, but what is the reading? 0.16. And then that's saying open. I mean, over limit. So 0.16 seems low though, right? I know. We could just measure this board right here. Why? Because. Can the start capacitor be dead? It's not a 3-phase. So we got 0.19 that way. And then that's overload. So that's fine. So I guess this is the 12 volt coil right here then. And this would be the thing that produces it. So let me plug in the power, and we're just going to go ahead and measure our voltage over here. I've actually never had to mess with this, so this is kind of an interesting circuit to mess with. The board view, we just looked at the board view. Yeah, the board view helps a lot. So here's our 5 volt, but I think it's supposed to be 12 volt. So it is outvolting 5 volts. Why? Why is this outputting 5 volts? Is this chip bad? Something's wrong. 4.9 on a 12 pin. Boosting to 12. Well, it's supposed to be stepping down from 20. So, because the input is right here, right? So if this is the chip that produces it, let's figure out the way it goes in. So 12 volt, 12 volt, 12 volt enable. So that's going to be a 12 volt enable. And then where's our input voltage? So 5 volt fan. What? There's a 5 volt out. So there's a 5 volt fan here. So, ooh. So this chip produces multiple outputs. And so there's a chance. So here's our 12 volt phase and our 5 volt phase. So do you think that we have these shorted together? "12 volt phase and 5 volt phase. Where are they at? PL. Okay, so this is a 5 volt inductor. And this is a 12 volt diode. Wait a minute. You guys getting this? That doesn't make sense. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, look. 5-volt fan here. The other side of this inductor has 12-volt fan here. And then this coil's in between. So is this... do you guys understand this? Let me see what you're saying here. Looks weird to me. Again. Do you think it's a bad chip? Or do you think it's a shorted component that's shorting them two together? Chip is the issue. What's up, POTS people? Bondo. You think it's the buck chip? EC firmware. You're back to the EC. I don't think it is. I think it's hardware. But what I'm trying to figure out is if it's like one of these other passive components more than the actual chip itself. Because we got 5 volts. We could just try changing that guy out. It's a selective output, yeah, so should I just put a new guy on there since we have one in my back pocket? Come stocked with tons of them. All right, let me pull that off because I'm crazy. Crazy Nates. Chip replacing factory. MOSFET driver package is dead. Yeah, so the only difference is that this chip should be, we should have 12 volts here. And I'm guessing that this somehow, I don't understand the circuit to me, but we're just gonna change it. Change that little sucker out. Look at the tack side. The tack won't have anything to do with it yet because we don't have full voltage on the chip. So we need to have 12 volts here. We need to have 12 volts there. If we're not getting 12 volts there, then it's useless. It's futile. The 12 volts comes from, yeah, where's it come from? You're right, where's it come from? It's a good point. You're making me doubt myself now. Where does it come from? Twelve volts come, that's the comp. 12 volt comes from, let's have a fan, that's going to a fan, right? Enable, so 5 volt SO. I mean, what if this isn't even enabled? I don't know. I'm just gonna put the chip on there since we already have it pulled off, but stop making me doubt myself. I'm supposed to be so sure of myself on everything I do. Where's that chip at? Where you at, buddy? Right there. Okay. First, find the 12 volt main. There's not a 12 volt main because this thing doesn't run on 12 volts at all. This whole board does not run on 12 volts. So it creates a 12 volt for the fans and that's it. But it's a small 12 volt. It's not a big one at all. So it'd be in this area somewhere. Oh, I don't want to get them mixed up. Move this chip over here. Confidence is the American way. You crazy American. Oh, low speed is 5 volt phase. High speed is 12 volts. Okay. That's plausible. Unless you're telling me a matter of fact, or if you're just making it up. Let me know if you're making it up. I'd love to know that. AAB just gifted a sub to Photo. Thank you. Lots of gifted subs today. What's going on here? I don't understand what's going on. I think my chip just blew up. I think my chip blew up. Look at that. I can smell it. I overheated this chip, guys. I think I was holding it wrong, and I held it too much, and I blew my chip up. No, Falcor! All right, well, that's how you ruin your day. You see it? So don't do what I just did. So here's what happens. When this happens, it's because I heat the board first, right? And I go to set it down out of the heat is what I want. I just want to tack it there for a second. But if you pick it up in a way where your tweezers are too deep, then when you're setting it down, it doesn't actually touch the board, and it's actually floating, which is not what you want. You want it to be touching the board so it can actually heat sink itself down in there. And I just blew it. And I kept trying to go back over there, and anyway, let me go grab a different chip. I'm not a fan of that, what just happened. Is everyone proud of me? All right, so it's an EZ equals. It's so easy. You broke it. I broke another chip. What a loser, man. What an amateur. All right, there's no more of those on here, I don't think. EC equals easy. It's just too easy, man. It's the easiest repair I've ever made. We only spent 4 hours fixing fans. The greatest fan repairer of all time. Let's see if this board has it on there. I broke another fan. Crazy. Crazy Nate's chip smoking factory. Not a fan, not a fan. All right, does this one have an easy zero? This is a different board altogether. I'm just trying to find it on a board that because I have a couple more of those M18s, but I haven't stolen parts off of them yet because they're hypothetically maybe ones that can be fixed. I just don't like stealing parts off a board unless it's a catastrophic failure of a board. What is that? That's a 3T equals. What was it? Easy equals? 3, what? I don't remember. Too many numbers and letters. Oh my. Easy. Because it has to be easy, bro. Pay attention. It's an easy equals. Why can't you concentrate? Yeah, so I think that we're going to have to pull it off the other board. Now maybe I'll just have to order some. All right, let's just do that. Razah! Some more gifted subs. You are so generous. You guys are giving away subs like crazy today. Thank you. All right, let me see if I can find a board that's I'm okay with stealing from. Okay, this is an AMD version of the board. Let's see if it has the same setup. It does. Easy 0. Okay. That's how easy it was. 5 volt doesn't seem to be enough to spin. The 5 volt doesn't seem to be enough to spin the fan. So I definitely think that would be not enough. So I don't know if low fan spin speed mode is actually probable. It's 2 chips in 1. Okay, that makes more sense. Let Farmer knows what we're talking about now. Okay. So do this one more gently, right? Is that what you're saying? So we'll just be gentle. I don't have another one. I don't want to blow up another chip. Okay. So don't blow this chip up, right? Is that what you're saying? So I'm going to I didn't put any flux on here earlier. I'm going to pre-flux this. Dude, the fan needs 5 volts. The small fan needs 5 volts because there's 4 fans in this machine. One of them's a 5 volt fan, and the other 3 are 12 volt fans. How's that? Does that make sense? Don't burn up the chip, please. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Okay. Good. You see how much better that was? If you want this chip, look at that. Look how I cooked the heck out of that guy. Thing's birthing a baby. Okay. All right, is it gonna fix it? Is it gonna fix it? I have no idea. I have no idea. It's only taken us 2 hours and 58 minutes to figure out where we're at. You got popcorn. If somebody actually eating popcorn, watch this. It popcorned, not eating popcorn. It popcorned. Context is king. Okay, no pressure. I can send it to Soren. He can put it in his box. Okay. So we're going to plug it in and measure the voltage. All right. I guess we'll do it under a microscope because it's easier to see what I'm doing. But okay. All right. So we should have 12 volts here. All right. And let me check this. I already checked that earlier. I just want to see if it's 0. It's not 0 ohms. So that's all I want to check in case it's backfeeding or something. All right. So we want to have 12 volts here and what? 5 volts here and 12 volts here? That doesn't even make sense to me, but it doesn't compute. Maybe it computes to somebody else, but not someone like me. Okay, chip gooch. All right, I'm gonna hold it here, and you ready? Plug it in, 3, 2, 1. 4.9 volts. Okay, so still same thing. So if I measure on this side, 50 volts, 4.9 volts, whatever it takes. Okay, now let's just start measuring some of these pins. So I'm going to say that this other chip's probably okay then, right? So then we move it back over here to our Soren's box side. So now we're going to check our enabled and all that stuff, which we could have done earlier. 5 plus 12 is 17. That's some good mathing you're doing there. Wonder. You got the math kicking. The maths. All right, so this one was supposed to be enable is here, maybe? What we got? So we get no enable there. So 4.9. So we have no enable here. We got no 12 volts there. We got half a volt there. Nothing there. Nothing there. I think that's our problem. And normally, I would say that I would measure all this before I change the chip out, but I didn't because narrow-mindedness. Maybe it's because of the vote. So what do you think's going on here? 12 is missing. Big brain time. Brain trust. Let's go brain trust. All right, so let's pull this thing back up here. All right, so we changed this chip out. Right here. Right here. We don't have an enable here. We don't have 12 volts here. We don't have this thing here. We don't have that. These don't go anything. Okay, so where's this supposed to be coming from? SO. 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 So what is this? Power button 4. Okay, is there another fan over here? Yeah, that's another fan connector over here. That's what this is. It must be a 5 volt fan. Is that right? Is that a 5 volt fan? $5 volt fan. Okay, so we have that's a 5 volt fan. This one's probably a 5 volt fan. I don't know, maybe. I would assume so. And then the two big daddies are 12 volt fans. 12 volt fan. Okay. Oh, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? Big brain, no enable, feedback, find the converter, who enabled it. Okay, let's find the 12 volts that goes to it. That's what I'm thinking. Because at the 5 volts, another day, new laptop needed. We're just going to run a wire and be done with it. All right, let's go back and see where that 12 volts comes from. I think I was trying to figure that out, and it didn't make sense to me either. All right, so this is the enable. So once we have the 5 volts on, then it turns on the 12 volts. Is that what it's supposed to be doing? That's a 5 volt something. 5-volt RGB, so it's using the 5-volt line for the RGB also. So I wonder if the RGB is working. So, okay, back over here. So this is the 12-volt. Where does this go? Is that it? As a resistor to ground. That's a 56K resistor, so that's a pull up of some, wait, pull down, so that's pulling to down. And then this goes to a fan, right? LX, SS. I don't understand this circuit, guys. I don't understand it. I need someone smarter than me. All right, let's see. What are you guys saying here? Back, 12-volt source, walk back to 12-volt source. That's what I'm trying to find. Can anybody tell me where the 12-volt source was? Did you see where it was going? We don't have a 5-volt enable. $1,200 motherboard. I know it is. I don't mind running a properly calibrated wire, but we got to find 12 volts somewhere. Where's the VCC? I don't see it either. 12-volt source. I don't know where that is because this board does not run on 12 volts at all. So PRS SS is what we need to find. Okay, so we'll see what that says. So this goes nowhere. That's what's really annoying to me. It goes here to this capacitor. That's it. That's just tying it up. So that goes nowhere. Great. This one goes to the 5-volt fan. This goes to the LX out. So this is just like a comparator of some sort, right? It's balancing the output. And that goes to a fan 0 again over here. It's making my brain hurt. All right, I don't know if I have a schematic for this or not. Darn it. Yeah, you rang from the triode. You can't find a feedback. Triode. Well, I don't see I mean, this goes to ground right here, the comp. This goes over here and feeds back over to this, back over to here. So that's a feedback of some sort. And then this goes to the 5-volt source to enable it. I mean, should I just put 5 volts on here? Or maybe this is enabling 5 volts over there. Maybe it's going the other way. Maybe this is output. Maybe one of these capacitors are shorted. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. This is hurting my brain. Southwest chip. You got a chip number for me? What is SS and LX? I don't know enough about this stuff. I just do it. So no one's taught me any of this stuff. So LX, all that stuff just, I don't know. I don't have an answer. But a lot of these other guys in chat can tell you. Don't have an answer for you. Okay, no 12-volt source. I don't know. Look at this. I don't think I have the schematics as a problem for this. But let me check. Because I don't have them loaded on here. Let me see if I can load them. If I have them. This is a 213 359. 213 259. Oh my gosh. 213 259. Oh, I do have something. Okay. Sweet. I do have a schematic. Okay. Well, this will be more helpful. Helpful. All right, so we're going to come over here to this chip. I'm just going to hit schematic, and that will load it into the schematic for us, and then we can at least kind of see what this looks like here. So here's our circuit that we're looking at, the 12-volt fan circuit. And let's see. So we have 5-volt. So 12-volt SO comp. See, because I don't see any 12-volt source. 5-volt here. The data sheet self-man set, okay. Reset the power, turn it off, disconnect the charger. That's what we're doing right now. Your schematic shows VDD on the 5 volts, not all outputs. Do you think it's boosting it to 12 volts? Do you think it's taking the 5 volts and boosting it to 12 volts? This enables coming here from SO5, or 5-volt SO. The chip is a boost converter. So yes, it's taking the 5 volts and boosting it. Interesting. That seems counterintuitive, actually. So that's probably why it has this inductor here, then. Look at the triode message. I don't, you know, lead. What? I don't even know what that is. What's a triode? The triode's like just a what? The viewer name triode. Gotcha. Now I'm getting you what you're saying. You're like, I don't know. I was like, how do you find a triode? Okay, let's look at this. You're pretty funny. The viewer name triode. No. Oh my gosh. Nathan, you're so funny. Okay, so what we got here? It's a boost, taking the 5-volt, outputting the 12 volts. It's pretty simple when it comes to that on the data sheet. Nonsense markings. Well, thank you, Triode. This is the guy we've been waiting for here. Dude, find the enable, dude. Just do it. It's a boost converter. People are dumb. Okay, thank you. That's including me. Boost converter, I like it. Okay. All right, so we just need to find the 5-volt available. Thank you. That makes it so much clearer. That's all I needed. All right, so our enabled's missing over here, right? So it goes over here to run that fan probably, and it's coming over here. And those are just a couple, wait, what are those things? I only know what they are. So it's coming to this over here, and oh, that's a transistor of some sort. Sorry. Another one of those guys. HDMI. I mean, this thing's going through all this stuff. So this might have to do with why the audio doesn't work either. SO fan. Working our way through all these things. FIP. And that goes to the RGB backlight. Did you see a source on any of those? Did I miss one? That's a fan again. Is it going to be on one of these? HDMI? HDMI? What am I missing here? This transistor? 3.3? I mean, why would they have 3.3 on this at the same time? What if the transistor's gone short? Enable it. Enable PR544 should be 40K. PR5440. So is it a low enable? Pull down? So do you think that that should be, because that should be just a pull down. It's not even there. We don't even have that guy there. Anyway, we'll just check these real quick to make sure we don't have anything open, but... Inductor shorted. Inductor... I doubt the inductor's shorted. Because, I mean, if we're missing... Wait, this is open? What value is this supposed to be? All right, this is a 40K here. This one's supposed to be a 40K. So that's what you're saying. So there's, I mean, 40K is kind of hard to enable there. So we got 36K in circuit. This one's supposed to be at 12K. We got 10, 12, whatever it takes. And then this one over here is supposed to be 105K. Should have 5 volts at that resistor, which I don't. That's what I'm saying. So we're trying to track that down. So let me plug it back in. I'll show you the voltages again, just so you can kind of see what I'm seeing here. This is stupid. All right, plugging it in. All right, so over here we have 5 volts. Over here we have nothing. So if I jump 5 volts to here, it should turn on and start working. Is that what you're saying? So if I just put 5 volts here, would be good. Now if I trace this back, we don't have 5 volts anywhere else, right? So if I put 5 volts here, will the fan start working? I'm Henry the 8th. Let me get back to the chat so I can see what you're saying here. Remove the chip and reset the pad. 3.3 might be enable. To pass that through over here. Is it this? I'm going to start calling these things triads because of our triad guy. So this, I'm assuming, is one of the ones on the schematic, but it's like, it doesn't even make sense. They're separate. Yes, you get it from pin 9. Use a properly calibrated wire. I was just going to use my power supply, but we can use a wire or tweezers to jump it across. Yeah, we can just use tweezers, I guess. 4.9 doesn't seem like enough. Oh, yeah, and if I jump this with tweezers, then this would become 12 volts. That doesn't work. So I have to put 5 volts separately. I'm just going to use a power supply. Check for shorts. I already checked for shorts on all those. There's no shorts over there. I'm just going to put 5 volts on there with the power supply and see what it does. If you don't mind. We're going to come with the power supply, as Soren would say. We're going to come with the power supply. $5 volts. Perfect. Very nice. Not too much current. Nice. Okay. So I'm going to get everything set up so I can measure at the same time. So the board is plugged in. I'm measuring here for 12 volts. And I'm putting 5 volts here. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, hold on. That was a lot of current. Let's try this again. All right, so I'm going to put it, I had it at 300 milliamps, which was a lot. So if I touch this here, it's pulling a max current, and it's zeroing me out all the way. I swear I checked that for a short. But it could be the transistor enabling, and the short is on the other side of the transistor. Because it's not shorted right now, I believe. Wait. Now it's shorted. I swear we checked that for a short. I swear. Das is short. I swear I checked that. Did you? Are you sure I didn't check that? That'd be really stupid of me if I didn't. Okay. Well, it's shorted anyway. Whether... Maybe I just made it shorted by putting the 300 milliamps into it at 5 volts. Great. I saw you check it. Thank you. Validation is king. Or key. or whatever. So it's shorted to like nothing. So we're gonna put half a volt in there or so. 3 amps at half a volt. Nice. Come with the thermal camera. That's crazy. Let's spend 3 hours on a shorted capacitor. I can't see where I'm injecting here. Where are you at? Okay. We're not gonna be able to see this under the heatsink, I bet, and the board's hot too. All right, I'm gonna have to take the heatsink back off. I have to do more screwing. What are you guys doing to me? Pit crew, go. I have all the fans unplugged. Short the resistor beforehand. It was, well, the resistor doesn't go short, but it's a 40K resistor. So that thing is huge. Dodgy repair. I blame it on liquid metal. Blame it on liquid metal. Give me a ground. You get a ground. You get a ground. Okay, ready? Going thermal again. We'll go high. You guys yell if you see it. Let's see if I can see where I'm going to inject this. Oh, I love the sound of beeping in the morning. Okay, I don't see anything yet. So again, this power supply connects to a lot of stuff, so it could be anything, right? It could be on the HDMI port, it could be on the RGB, it could be on the, I don't know. It could be a bent fan plug right here. Is that it? Yeah, it's over here somewhere. Ready? Come on, I can't see it. It's a reflection. So I think it's on the other side of the board. Told you, right? All these people are like, told you. I knew it was. My brain trust. So it's somewhere around here. Is that one of these guys? It's gonna be hard to find if I can't inject on this side. It's the Wi-Fi card. Again? It was a Wi-Fi card last week. It could be this transistor right here. But I don't know what these are. This is quite annoying because I can't inject on this side. Do you think it's just a bent fan plug? It'd be freaking funny if it is. Fan plugs look fine. What you got? Wire board, flip it. Okay. Yeah, I'm in a, you know. Oh, let's do that. Let's get this thing dealt with. Or we can figure out where else it goes too, because I think it's on the other side of the board too. Right, because this is what we're injecting is right there, but it also goes over here, over there, but we need to get to the other side of the board somehow, so we're gonna go to this area, which is gonna be LCD connector, so near the HDMI. Oh, but there's also right here, which is I think was getting hot. Yeah, right here was getting hot for us. And it was exactly where I was just measuring. Look at that. where I was just looking. That's funny. Is that right? What's that? Is that connector? Although this is set up a little different. Let me flip the board. All right, so look at it and then look at it. So this right here, which isn't even here on this board. Am I looking at this right? It's a different layout. Or is it the same? Can you move over? Fan connector. Oh, no, I'm too far over. Okay, fan connector's here. That connector right above it. I don't see it. Inject voltage straight into the fan. Yeah, that might be a smart idea right here. Let's see if that is shorted. Then we can do it. You're right, it is. So we can just inject it here. Okay. That's what the brain trust is for. That's what my brain trust is for. So we'll figure out which one's ground, which one's not. So that's ground. Okay, lower amps on that one. There we go. Right here. Right there. It was where we were looking, kind of. Is it this capacitor right here? This is... It's like, it's almost like it's this capacitor right here, or one of these capacitors. Has this been messed with? It's a cap. It's a cap. All right. Okay, so time to cast your vote. Which cap is it going to be? One of those? One of these? I think it's one of those. But does these look like they've been soldered before? Can't tell. Which one is it? The big one? The big one. You're freaking kidding me. That was a lot of... How many hours was that? Although we did other stuff too. We had to fix multiple things. All right, so I think we resolved the issue. The pizza was easy with this one. The easy pizza. Look at this pumpkin. Silly caps. Silly caps are for kids. It's the big one. I believe it's the big one, so we're gonna take that off of there. Okay, it's off of there. So now we'll see if the short is gone. Short is gone. We'll check the fan. Good. All right, the short's gone. That's all it was. And so that takes out everything that's 5 volts apparently. Everything that's 5 volts that runs a small 5 volts, right? It's a small 5 volts. So that will actually mess up the RGB lights. That will mess up the HDMI output. That will mess up the one above it's cracked. Chip cracked. Chip above it is cracked. I see no chip cracked, bro. What are you talking about? Making it work for it. Below it is cracked. How can it have something below it? There ain't nothing below. Nothing. Oh, is that a crack? Oh, it did look like a crack. Did I wipe it off just now? You're right, it did look like a crack. I think that was a hair or something. No, it is cracked. Dude. That's a crack. I could tell you 1000%, I would have missed that. I would have missed it. Because I'm just like, okay, it looks fine, we got it. So this thing probably shorted, and then the power has to go through over here somewhere or whatever, and then crack that too, and cause some other issues. Good spot. Who was that? Was that Santa Claus? Dude, Santa. He's coming to town, baby. Santa is coming to town. And he has come to save my backside. Put some alcohol on it. Put some alcohol on it. No, I'm not putting it. Because then I'll have to like try to make it heat up. Because right now it's not shorted. The short is gone, but when I'm saying it's short, it's probably shorting more like a wire, like it's just going right through it. So yeah, we'll replace this guy too. Put that in my chip graveyard. Okay. Santa Claus is the winner today. He's on my on the list. Well, that and Triad. Triad. Who else? Who else is on the winner? Well, all you guys, my whole brain trust is on there with me. But that's interesting. This thing, all this 5 volts runs everything. Runs all the same stuff. Try adding Soren's part supply. And you know this is Soren's laptop, right? Remember? The person who sent this in, his name is Soren. I can't believe. No one updated the title for that. Shh. Don't you blow the 9th dimension. This is a different chip number, but same motherboard. That's just how they like to do it. They like to keep us on our toes. Soren's testing my skills. Santa's seeing bad kids and bad chips. I'm on the naughty list. Come on, dude. Now I'm timid. I don't want to burn up my chip here. So that's why I'm trying not to hold it down, hold it there too long. There we go. Get in there. Lux. There it is. Just a happy little non-cracked chip. Perfect. Perfect. We came with the power supply and we won. We didn't have to run a properly calibrated wire. Okay. So, flux a lot. Let it flow, let it flow. Resistance is useless. Okay, will it smoke? That's the question. Will it smoke? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Okay, feeling good about this one now. So we'll get our fan spinning. We'll get the laptop booting up fast. We get, let's see, never surrender. And I can't do it without my brain trust. There's a lot of flux around this board now that I gotta deal with. But all right, what am I forgetting? Clean this area too. Okay, the magic smell, magic smoke. Remember, That one video with the magic smoke coming out of that Dell. Yeah, I'll remember it. I can never let it down. Okay, and I'm going to be posting our video, the video that's a edit of the live stream where we fixed the board from another video. I'm going to be posting this next Tuesday, I believe. So that should be coming out soon, which is going to be nice. Okay, I'll have to clean this up better later. I just want to see if this thing works now. Let's put the heatsink back on. Round 6. Fight! You can! Do y'all know that reference? Who can name that reference? Nate does. Nate does it. Street Fighter, thank you. Street Fighter number 2, number 2. Street Fighter 2 was the best. I played the heck out of that game. There goes another Sunday. We're gonna fix this in just enough time to be able to do a little bit of chat. I fixed another crazy. People thought I was freaking crazy. You're Ken. Were you a Ken or Ryu guy? If you were gonna play one of those two characters, were you Ken or Ryu? That explains a lot. Or you were Dahazlam. Who was a Dahazlam player? Or who even knows what I'm talking about? You played Duke Nukem. Okay, that's an older game than I played. Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero. I was for Mortal Kombat I played Radon? Whatever, the electric guy. I would be Ken. I always did, was I Ryu if I was going to do it. And then I was Chun-Li was my main chick. And then Guile, I played a lot of Guile. Chun-Li she was so good. But then, you know, the guy, what's the really strong guy? That he did the pile driver and stuff. People who were good at that guy, you couldn't even get out of the grips of him. Vega was too fast. Did you ever know the unlock mod or whatever unlock, so you can unlock the bosses in your Super Nintendo? Up, down, left, right, whatever. A, B, X, Y, something like that, and then it like unlocks the bosses. Zangief, there you go, Zangief. Oh. Round 2, fight! Yeah, Zangief, Dahazlam, let's see, and then there's Guile. There was, I feel like I'm missing somebody. There's 8 characters as the main set. Blanca, that's right. You're like jump on you, start like eating you, and turns electric. Who was and then he shot like he would like roll in a ball and fly across. He was actually pretty good. I played him a little bit. E Honda, yes. Oh. Ken was based on Van Damme, really? I didn't know that. All right, we have our sound plugged in. We have our fans plugged in. We have our screen plugged in, our battery plugged in. Power button plugged in. 5-volt buck boost. So we will see if this... Okay, reset spike. Okay. Oh, we have a poll going. Did I finally fix it? I didn't even know that we had this poll going. That's funny. I feel a little more optimistic now than before, so hopefully you guys are there with me on that. Let's see the poll. Okay. And it ended already, I guess, but... Or maybe it was an old poll. I have no idea. That's funny. Okay, I'm going to end the poll because whatever's there because it's gone. It's done. Okay, here we go. I'm going to plug it in. 3, 2, 1. Okay. We got keyboard backlight. We got 3 amps. We're not jumping up to some crazy high amperage before, because it was like jumping to 100 watts immediately. We're not posting immediately either. Van Damme came out after Street Diver. Fan spin? Not yet. Turn back off. Come back on. This will take a second here. Yeah, I was hitting 190 watts before. Amps look good. They look real good. LCD is disconnected. No, I connected it. Can you can I repair a 1720? I mean, I can. But go look how much they are on eBay. Search that up. It's about $30. Probably buy a whole one that's working for like 30 or 40 bucks. And we have a picture, which we already had. Date and time's not set. That actually looks pretty good. Let's go to the BIOS. The DVD drive is broken. Well, we sell parts for it, so you can just buy the parts. So we probably have a DVD drive for it. Make sure our fans are on normal speed. So they're on optimized, okay. I don't hear the fans yet, but we're going to boot into diagnostics now. Let's see. We're booting the diagnostics. We have sound. We have sound. And so that's saying the SSD is not installed. I'm going to keep going. And I see those 2 fans spinning. We got fan spin there, fan spin there, and then we have that last fan spinning. Oh, and I didn't plug this fan in yet. Darn it. This fan's not plugged in though. I don't know if I can be able to do it with one hand here. Let me see. Get in your home. And that fan's spinning. We have fan spin. All the fans are spinning. Okay. We have sound. We have fan spin. Rabbit hole complete. It's testing the CPU. My brain trust for success. I can't believe. All right, so that was an interesting one. So the gist of it was like it was a combination of things, because you could tell somebody else was messing with it. Now I don't know if someone had taken it apart to try to fix that BIOS issue, or thinking it was a BIOS issue and did that and damaged that BIOS chip. So we put a new BIOS on there that actually fixed it, so it booted properly, was booting fast, didn't have the TPM error anymore. And then we were still having that fan issue, and we did trace it back down to that enable line being pulled low with a shorted capacitor and a chip that I didn't notice was shorted, but because of you guys, I was able to see that. Santa Claus, thank you. And we were able to fix that, which is great. So I'm going to let this run through the diagnostics, and we don't have time to start another machine, but we do have time to do some questions and answer, or a little just chatting at the end. So I'll let this run right here, and you guys can go ahead and shoot some questions and stuff, and we can kind of just do a ending segment for the day. Don't forget to set the service tag. I had set a service tag on here. He doesn't have a service tag on his device like itself, but I will probably go back to his old BIOS and use that BIOS and maybe put it onto my chip. So I always work on it later. Let's just look what the temperatures look like with my heatsink stuff on there. Heatsink compound. So CPU is at 100 degrees C. Very common on this machine. But the fans are on full blast. But it's actually at 67. This is just, there's a hot spot at 99. And then, but everything else looks like it's in temperature. So we're going to put PTM 7950 on it. But yeah, I got all the fans spinning. All the fans spinning. You saved another laptop. Oh yeah, I didn't say that. I saved another laptop. There you go. I saved another laptop, made popcorn too. Honestly, I admire your skills and perseverance. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that donation. That was really nice of you. Hey, we get to shout out this guy. Here we go. This guy's getting shouted out. Look at this guy. You see this? This is not how you operate on a chat here. No caps and no spamming. So you are about to get put in your timeout place. So I'm not even going to answer your question because you've just ruined it for everybody. But let's see what we got. Oh, I don't have my other chat window up, but I'll just read with this one. Let's see. What I hate about this one is I can't pause it. Let me see if I can use this one. This one's not working. Why? Why does that chat window not work? What about this one? It's just the chat moves so fast. It's so many words. Oh, I need to clean it up, the LLM and the ultrasonic cleaner. I don't know. It looks pretty clean, but I'll go through and, you know, every time the next day I'll go back through this entire thing and try to do it. We'll put PTM on it. I don't feel like doing it right now because I'm going to have to do all this extra stuff. I want to make sure the board's going to be completely clean before we do a full reassemble and put the PTM on. Boot him. You want me to put an SSD in it and boot it to make sure it boots up? PTM works good on laptops. What temperature airflow should you use when you tried solder paste? Wait, what temp and airflow do you use, and have you ever tried solder paste? Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying now. Solder paste. I use solder paste whenever I'm doing reballing chips, and you use something really low, you know, like 15 airflow. It just depends if you don't have a tip on it or not. So those are all, you just use whatever you need. You just don't want to overheat whatever you're using. But I don't use solder paste when I'm just soldering on the board. Why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. I don't know which ones to read. How much performance do you lose by replacing LLM with PTM 7950? I don't think you're losing any, because what I've found on these machines is that they'll come in overheating, and then I'll put PTM 7950 on and it lowers the temperature. Now maybe whenever it's brand new, the LLM was actually running really good, but an LLM just means leaking, so LM, I guess. But so I don't think you lose anything. I think it's fine. Use your SSD. I can put my SSD in here and boot it up if you want. If y'all are so inclined. We can do it while we're talking, I guess. I can just stick it in there. Stick it in there. Did you ever reboot the PC from last Thursday morning? So what was the one that, what was Thursdays or Wednesdays? I can't even remember. You guys remind me. Let's see. Wednesdays were, what issues were we having? Oh, God, on my brain. So I know Sunday we had 2 different screen issues. Wednesday we had, we tried a 77 PTM 7700. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. I don't know. I mean, all those machines that we worked on that day, oh no, that's right. So number 1, we had a bad CPU. Number 2, we had a bad chipset. And then number 2, we fixed the BIOS issue. Yes, and then number 3, we had a bad chipset or something like that. So I went back and verified that the CPU was bad for sure. So that was bad. So both of those boards need to be replaced on both of those. If that helps your answer. Would you ever let other guys make channels? What does that mean? Make channels. You can make channels all you want. Make a channel, go. That's a great gesture. Nate, you should start a spinning class. I should start a spin class. All right, I'm going to boot this up while we're talking here. Liquid metal performs slightly better at cooling. CPUs are getting higher power and higher thermal output. So I think it probably helps the best on the CPUs that like really ramp up in power like really fast, and so then it can dissipate it. But basically all it is trying to do a thermal transfer to the heatsink, and then the fans are responsible for getting the heat off after that. So how many laptops do I fix per week? I mean, right now, crazy amount. Well, I mean, I say crazy amount. I'm working on them all day long, and they're stacked up around me. So we get probably, I don't know, 30 or 40, 50 laptops a week delivered, and then however many goes to the board repair, it's probably 15 to 20 a week, maybe.
I don't. It depends. Like right now in my queue, I could see 5 other ones sitting there, and then I also have like 8 that are off to the side that are either parts are being ordered or I'm waiting for people to pay. So inaccessible boot device is what I'm getting now. I just need to change the boot controller settings here. If HDMI works on the laptop screen, oh yeah, because the HDMI probably didn't work because of that. So we can even test that, at least performance well on the motherboard. Oh, darn it, I missed it. Press the power button, the lights blink for a second, then turns back off, not responding. How to solve? It depends on what model it is. So if it blinks for a couple seconds, what is the blink code? If it's actually a blink code red and orange or red and blue, then look that up. So just type in your model and search for that online. Let's see. God, I keep missing it. This is frustrating. I just want to go change the controller settings here. If it works on HDMI, but not on a laptop screen, is it the screen or the chip? It's probably the screen, the cable, or the backlight circuitry. So you don't know. It's going to be a few different things. Why won't I? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's right, because the keyboard. A second ago, the keyboard wasn't plugged in, or the keyboard wasn't working. I just noticed that. Let me reseat the keyboard connector. It's like, why is it not responding to my keyboard input? Okay, let's try that again. Do you know anything about IPv6, checksums, and offloading issues? No, I don't. I still use IPv4. I prefer it. Yes, check the LCD connector. If it's ripped at LCD voltage, that's like, because the main thing is like, is the screen powering or not? Because you have multiple circuits on the LCD screen. You're going to have a circuit that powers the backlight, and you have a circuit that powers the circuit board on the screen itself. Are you getting screen errors? Are you getting a blink code? Let's see. Do you watch other repair tech channels? So I watch all of Soren's videos. So Electronic Repair School. I watch NanoFix, JFix. I watch Joey Does Tech. I watch Northridge Fix and his shenanigans. So yeah, yes, I do. Gritty. PC BIOS, did you do a reboot this morning? Oh, oh, you're talking about my PC. Sorry, Gritty, I asked about that. I rebooted it that night to fix my PC running slow. So yes, I did rebooted my PC. It's running really good now, and I actually rebooted it before the stream today, so hopefully that makes it run a little bit better. And then I did find a little bit more stuff I can take off the SSD. So that's definitely helpful. I think the firmware stuff is fixed here. Oh, the keyboard's working now, which is what we wanted. HCI, which is what my drive's set to. All right, we'll get that going. Okay. Greetings from Sweden. Johnny, on YouTube, it's about to compare your voice to Jeff Goldblum. And Jeff Goldblum sounds like me just because he does the stammering. He's just like, so we're doing this and that, and then I just kind of stammer, and I don't know how much I actually sound like him, but I know what you're talking about because I hear about it all the time. You saw the firmware issue and a hardware fully, so it was a combination of things. It was hardware and software. People, you're right. You're right. Could be an upload or a corruption issue or encryption issues. It's nearly 4 hours and you're still at it. Every stream I do 4 hours, so this is pretty normal. That's kind of what we do twice a week. Yeah, so that's true. I don't know how many people are new here. So if you're new here, I do streams twice a week. Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central for 4 hours, and Sunday morning 9 a.m. Central for 4 hours. And we fix laptops. I'd let y'all vote for it, and we just fix it. I don't look at them ahead of time, so I don't know what's going on. And it's a little bit sometimes crazy because, yeah, I miss stuff. I don't, you saw that I had a couple different issues, but you get to see how a live raw repair functions or happens, and it's true and real, and that's who I am. I don't like faking things or making things seem better than they are. So even on my videos that I'm putting out, I want to have real reactions. So therefore, I always don't look at the thing ahead of time. I want to plug my ears. I don't want to know anything about it. So 227 frames per second, I say. That is awesome. Awesome. So this machine is working awesomeness. Triad, thank you so much for all your input, by the way. Triode, triode. That's funny because I was like, I don't know what a triode is. It sounds very good. I want one of those. I want to find a triode on the board somewhere. Boost converter created a lot of noise, more insufficient and complicated design. Yeah, that's why I was confused. Why are you going to take a 5 volt and create a 12 volt whenever you already have a 5 volt? I mean, you already have a 20 volt that you can create a 12 volt out of. I didn't think that was how they did it. So now I'm running Firmware. Every core is going full and every part of the memory is going up. But I don't want to run it for too long because we don't have the best cooling stuff in here. So everything looks good on that. Triode is an electronic component. Google it. Okay, well there you go. I'll have to look up what it is then. I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is. And it sounds nice. Sounds good. I like it. Sounds like it's in a TV or something. Old big tubes. There you go. So it is some sort of tube related thing. Washing machines and dryers have triodes. I didn't know that. I hate daylight saving. I missed it late because it's still dark outside. Oh no. Triac Syndicate. That's the Japanese mafia, really? What are low temperatures? So in laptops, low temperatures will be like in the 60s or something. So laptops generally run between 60 and 100 degrees. So 100 is going to be your max, and then when you're kind of at rest, you're like 60 to 70. I hear the fans. Yep, the fans. I hear them fans are spinning. They're spinning round and round. I haven't heard those fans spin since I found that capacitor cracked. Whatever. That was my Johnny Cash rendition there. You guys are all talking about those triodes. Any chance of keeping a non-Dell? Any chance of keeping the non-Dell? Can you repair it? The chatter of chat, so it can focus here. Yeah, any non-Dell stuff, I don't have anything to do with it, so it's hard to talk about it. I don't work on them. Try as a Chinese gang. You guys are so funny. Why don't you try repairing laptops from other brands from a stream to see if you succeed? And you're talking about for science? Is that what you're talking about? For science? At some point, I'll look at something, but to kind of play around with. But I mean, I have enough stuff to do that I've looked at. We did a Commodore the other day or a couple months ago. I believe Nathan's recommended a X070, a below GPU. Would it be consistent power source? Wait, what does it say here? It'd be fine to have a constant power source that drops would be a problem. What if the cracked IC functioned? That'd be funny if the cracked IC did function. I don't know. We fixed multiple issues. Now, I don't know. I want you to tell me, why do you think that one MOSFET blew out and then the PWM controller blew out? Do you think it was just a stray blob of liquid metal that we missed? Okay, Nate, a very interesting day. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Will. What time is it? Yep, I got to leave at 1 sharp. So I got 2 minutes left. So I'll see what I can do. I have a rack of processors and digital chips and 2 vacuum tubes. Interesting. I've never worked on tube tech before. I've never done that either. Oh, I want to know about repairing electronics, where to start. Just watch all the videos you can. So on YouTube, there's tons of videos. Tons. There's so many. Just watch them, and if you find that you learn something from it, mark it down, take notes, tag it, create your own playlist. Treat it like a class. And then you can buy parts, things to mess with, practice soldering, things like that. LLM is a cascading failure. It has to be. That's what probably caused the issue. So where does the crack? Oh, wait, what do you mean when it's not cracked? Thank you, Nathan, for the stream. Thanks, Gritty. Thanks for coming by. I'll be in touch about all my new software for the power meter. I'll send it over to you, and then you can play around with it. And then I'll have to send you the parts. And Premise, I'm going to send you some stuff too, so that way you can play around with it. And anyway, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for the cheers, Gritty. I want to thank everyone for coming out. Remember, I do these streams twice a week, so go ahead and hit the follow on YouTube and Twitch and subscribes and all that stuff. And I appreciate everyone coming out today, working hard on my mods, so thank them for working hard, taking care of keeping the chat clean, because it's a pain in the butt sometimes with so many people. And I had fun. Glad we were able to solve this mystery. It did take a little bit more heads than just mine, because everybody out there is my brain trust. And I appreciate each and every one of you, and thanks for watching. I saved another laptop.